Welcome to Dealer Park here in Billings, Montana. MSUB Yellow Jackets 3 innings into this one against the Western Oregon Wolves, controlling their playoff destiny in a matter of speaking. Logan, what do the Jackets have to do to make the playoffs?
Well, it's a pretty simple equation we're following here. The Jackets need to win all 4 games this weekend, and then Central Washington needs to lose all 4 of those games. So the math, it's a low number, but you're still in there.
Still in there. They've gotten a dazzling start from Jackson Betancourt on the hill. Just 1 earned run to this point. Offense has been clicking against Dylan Chalmers. He's near the top in the GNAC in earned run average on the season, so hanging 4 on him early here. Great start for the Jackets.
Yeah, really exciting start. Chalmers, one of the best pitchers in the conference and in the West region. He's got recognition in both from last year and has had another phenomenal year this year. So to be able to jump on a pitcher like that and score early has been big for the Yellow Jackets in this one.
Their offense has carried them a lot this season, and it's going to have to be that way, it looks, through this one. Give your defense a run. Give your defense a lead to protect. Much easier to do it when you're playing from ahead. And we are set to go here in the top of the 4th. Owen Bischoff has the leadoff for Western Oregon. 1 for 1 so far this afternoon. First pitch, tapped on the ground to second. Back to first in time, another one gone. First out of the inning. Seen that a lot this afternoon. A lot of first pitch swings from the Wolves. A lot of quick first outs.
A lot of balls hit up the middle as well. The shortstop, Zach Blazak, and second baseman, Bodie Wright, both have been really active and have made a couple of really nice defensive plays so far in this one.
Absolutely. Bledgy had a great play at third as well to help turn that double play. Up with it there's Bledgy at third, on to first in time, out number 2.
You know, veteran infield for the Jackets. All of these players have experience from this last year as well as this one. So, you know, being able to have that experience and just a level of chemistry, and they're all really solid with each other, and it's shown this year so far.
Next up for the Wolves, it's going to be John Olson. He's 1 for 1. First pitch, outside edge for strike 1.
Olson's coming into this one. He's the top average guy for the Wolves, batting .305 on the year.
And that one runs foul down the left field line. So another good count here for Betancourt, quickly into an 0-2 hole for Olson. And Betancourt deals. That one's outside, ball 1. Another one outside, counts even at 2-2. Top 4 here at Dealer Park. 2 gone, none on base for the Wolves. That one swung on in the air to left field. Flynn lets it bounce in front of him. 2-out single for John Olson, keeping the inning alive.
It was a good pitch there. He did a good job going down in the count early, but battling back to, you know, even it up, and then a good solid hit there.
And next up, it'll be Randy Stoltz. He's 0 for 1 this afternoon. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. And the 0-1 catches the outside edge, quickly 0-2 again.
Another great job by Betancourt to get ahead in the count. He's been doing a great job of that in this one so far, getting people in those 0-1, 0-2 counts early.
Love to see it. Good pitcher's counts for Betancourt. Good command on the pitches. That one just tapped foul. And that one's going to miss outside. A little bit low for ball one. And swing and a miss for strike three. Randy Stoltz goes down on strikes for out number three. So Betancourt stringing together 3 straight, no runs across for the Wolves.
Just the second strikeout of the game from Betancourt, but he's done a really good job of commanding the zone in this one so far.
Great work. He's gotten some help from his defense as well behind him. We head off to the bottom of the 4th. Parker Bledgy has the leadoff. Just about set to go here in the bottom of the 4th. Parker Bledgy has a leadoff. Dylan Chalmers back to work for the 4th inning.
Second appearance for Bledgy so far. He had a sac fly in his last at-bat.
That one's going to run foul down the left field line. That one swung on, tap just foul.
Bledgy's hitting about 290 on the season, just a little north of that, but is coming off a really solid series against Central Washington where he had a hit in each of the games he played.
Good eyes there. That was a little bit high. Swung on. That one's going to hit foul before it rolls just in front of the plate.
I think that one went off his foot. You can see Parker kind of grimacing after that one.
Painful indeed, right off the foot.
Nice to see him get back in the box and be all right, though. These guys are so tough. Like, I can tell you, if I took a foul ball off the foot there, I don't think I'd be getting back in the box.
Oh, I'd be foot up in the dugout, some ice on it, forget about it.
Be screaming for a trainer the minute it hit.
And staying alive again, fouling that one back.
It was a great breaking pitch from Chalmers.
It was. We've seen that a few times today. That's going to start left, and it's going to work its way back to the hitter's right. And that one bounced to third. Throw on to first in time to retire the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 4th. And with that, the lineup's going to turn back to the top with Bodie Wright. He's 1 for 2 this afternoon.
There's a lot of good contact hitters on this Yellow Jacket lineup, but Bodie Wright might just be one of the best. He's a singles machine.
So what you want from your leadoff hitter. These guys get on base. And he watches the first two to get to a quick 2-0 count.
That's something we've seen from all these hitters today for the Yellow Jackets. Nobody's been jumping too early on the count. They've been really making Chalmers work, throw 5-6 pitches in at bat.
Absolutely. The patience has been fantastic. Saw another breaking pitch there for strike one, just catching the outside edge. Next one misses for ball 3. And that one's in the dirt for ball 4. Right aboard with a 1-out walk. And that'll bring up Zach Blazak. He's also 1 for 2. Saw him score the Jackets' first run this afternoon. First pitch, low, ball 1. And next one catches that outside edge, 1-1.
Blazak came into this one hitting .324. He's got an opportunity here to put a couple of runners on. Help the Jackets grow that lead.
So now a 2-1 count to Blazak. Runner on first base, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Swung on. That one's going to be foul back behind third. Next one misses outside. Ball 3. Good eyes again.
It's just another deep full count there.
And missing outside, so back-to-back walks. Jackets now on first and second. And we're going to get a meeting on the mound. No pitching change, no activity in the bullpen.
You got to wonder if the Wolves might be thinking about at least starting to warm a guy up, though. Chalmers is getting up there in the pitch count, and it's still pretty early in this one.
Might be worthwhile. Big hit here from Naylor could blow this thing open in a hurry.
And if you wanted a guy to come up with a big hit for the Yellow Jackets, Naylor might be the best candidate. He's hitting over .400 this year.
Slugging percentage through the roof as well, so those extra base hits. Anything more than a single here, you got to believe is going to score 2.
And pretty good speed on the base paths. Both Blazak and Wright can move.
Naylor watched the first pitch for ball 1. And the 1-0 tapped foul. That one in the dirt, ball 2.
Another breaking pitch there, too. You saw that one, the one before, coming back in the zone and swung on it. So a good job by Naylor to hold off there.
Two-one pitch, foul back.
Jack's a great guy, but you can tell that he was frustrated on that one. He knew that was a pitch to hit.
And that one's going to run foul down the third baseline. Count will go even at 2-2. Looks like we do have some activity in the Wolves bullpen now as well. Two swung on. That is going to get down in center field. That's going to score the runner from second. And sliding into third.
They called him out. Makes sense. That was a great heads-up play in center by Owen Bishop, throwing that one. A great arm.
Great throw, great catch, great arm, great work to get the tag down. Unfortunate bounce there for the Yellow Jackets. Chance to have another runner in scoring position. And Peyton Flynn swinging at the first one he sees, fouls it off.
Flynn's one of the seniors that's going to be honored tomorrow as we conclude our regular season and see those guys off. And
that one inside, nearly got him.
It's close. But he's one of those guys who's been a big presence in this program. He's on the verge of history, too. He's tied for second all-time in home runs and has a shot to break that here.
I believe currently sitting on 28 for the career. 27 for the career, my apologies. 28 is going to be the big one.
We're looking for 28, and he was pretty close on his last at-bat, a deep fly to straight center. And if the wind wasn't blowing like it was today in, you'd think that that might have been gone on a different day.
I think so. That fell just shy of the wall. So now Flynn into a 2-2 count. Runner on first with two gone. Bottom of the fourth. Takes that one for ball three.
Just another full count. I believe that's 3 so far this inning.
Make them work. You're facing a great pitcher. Jackets have been fantastic. I mean, they've done it throughout the season as well, but today particularly, they've been fantastic. Great patience at the plate.
Well, and that's always been one of the strengths of this MSUB baseball program, too, is just the amount of quality hitters they've been able to bring through the years. And this is a great group. Really deep, too. You never know who's going to break out and come up with some big contributions.
Absolutely. Count staying full as well. Another foul ball. That one in the air, right center. That could be gone. Peyton Flynn now second all-time in Yellow Jacket history, 28 home runs.
He's been sitting on it all game waiting for it. You can tell those first two ones were deep, no good, but this one to opposite field, off the scoreboard. What a hit, Peyton Flynn.
Not quite Bo Jackson, but off the scoreboard, that's something to get excited about.
I mean, he crushed that one hard. We're lucky that there's not a panel out on the thing.
So just like that, one swing of the bat, 3 more across the plate for the Yellow Jackets here in the bottom of the fourth. They lead 7-1. And now it'll be Ryan Jeffrey. Watches ball one outside.
We sort of reverse announcers jinxed Flynn. Do you think we can do the same for Jeffrey here?
Possibly.
I'm calling it right now. Back-to-back homers.
I like it. And breaking ball gets the outside edge. Be a good time for one. Be home run number 5 of the season for Jeffrey.
Well, we'll not try that again. I think I actually jinxed him there.
Didn't work out that time. Down on strikes was Jeffrey for the 3rd out. So the Jackets back to work will be Jackson Betancourt here in the top of the 5th. 6-run cushion to protect. And we're set to go here in the top of the 5th. Betancourt sitting with a 6-run lead. And swinging on the first pitch. That's in the air to center field. Jeffrey's under it. 1st out.
Wasting no time again. These Western Oregon batters have been aggressive at the plate, and it hasn't paid off yet. But all it takes is a couple of hits, stringing them together, and next thing you know, they're climbing back into this one.
Certainly, always got to be aware. We've seen these games turn their shape in just an inning or two, so always got to be on top here if you're Betancourt. First pitch outside, ball 1. We're going to Emiliano Alarcon. Next one swung on. That one's line to left. Down in front of Flynn. Throw-in's going to hold him at first. So the 1-out single for Alarcon. And next up it'll be Zach Valdez. He's 0 for 1. Swinging on the first pitch again. Up with it is Bledgy. Right. Naylor dropped it. They get the force at second. No double play this time, though.
That was pretty good heads-up base fronting from Alarcon. He didn't block it or anything, but, certainly was making his presence felt there, impacting the throw a little bit to first.
Absolutely. Little gamesmanship out there. And Curran Mitzel swinging on the first one again. That one popped up on the infield. Bledgy's under it for out number 3. So another quick inning. Wolves down once again, scoreless.
I wish I had my stopwatch out. I have no clue how short that inning was, but it felt like it was just a minute long.
It wasn't far off. So just like that, we'll head back to the Yellow Jackets side of things in the bottom of the 5th. And we're just about set to go here in the bottom of the fifth. New pitcher set to greet the Yellow Jackets. Going to be Ishioka. On the season, his ERA sitting at 1.93. Fifth appearance overall of the season.
It's a pretty limited sample size, but Ishioka has been effective when he's been out there. Just one of those runs has been earned for him on the year.
And the first one to greet him is James Anderson. He watches ball one.
Ooh.
Nearly got him. Quick reaction there from Anderson. That one inside as well for ball three.
Good eye here from Anderson to start the inning. Looking at 3 pitches. Looks like the Jackets are going to continue their patient approach at the plate.
And he watches ball four. Patience has got him this far.
Definitely worked for him so far. It's rare that you see a pitcher like Dylan Chalmers getting chased so early in the game. He's a phenomenal arm, but just a testament to how good the Jackets' approach has been so far in this one.
Depth is always there, as you've highlighted, and again, just this patience has been fantastic for him. First pitch to Burke Barnes, fouled off. Burke's 2 for 2 this afternoon. And that's going to run high. That'll even it up at 1-1.
Just another good game for a guy in Barnes who's really started to establish himself in right field as the season has worn on.
Next one high as well for ball two. And that one's low for ball three. So another Yellow Jacket at bat, another great hitter's count. 3-1 here to Barnes. That one swung on. That's going to run foul. So now Barnes with a full count, runner on first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. He'll watch strike three. So Ishioka recovers from that leadoff walk, striking out Berkeley Barnes for out number one.
Pretty good pitch there by Ishioka, his 5th strikeout of the year. Kind of low in the zone. Good job of hitting the corner.
That was a great pitch. I think everybody in here thought that was going to be a ball. That was a good pitch to throw there. And Jared Elmer watches ball one high inside. Next one inside for ball two.
Ishioka's continuing to try to establish that inside part of the plate. That's the second at bat in a row where we've seen him go pretty aggressive inside. Really third. He had a couple of pitches real high and tight on at least all of the batters for the Yellow Jackets to start the inning.
Certainly, I think Anderson's at bat, we saw 3 in a row hard inside. And he'll watch it on 3-0 for strike one. Little different approach. We saw Chalmers work the outside part of the plate a lot. Ishioka turning the opposite, as you've highlighted here. And he'll watch that one for ball four.
Almost worked for him there. That was definitely a close one. You could tell Ishioka thought it was a strike.
Absolutely.
Pretty good pitch.
Absolutely. I thought it was a strike there for a moment.
I think I would have been swinging at that one if I was up, but I think I'd swing at just about any pitch.
I would too. That's great patience by these guys. Just unbelievable. With a lead like this, there's no reason not to be.
No, they've been consistent in their approach, and it's definitely paid off.
And first pitch to Bledgy, outside edge this time for strike one. Next one, that one's in the dirt, ball one. Jackets with one gone here in the bottom of the fifth. Runner on first, runner on second. Trying to add to this 7-1 lead. And pitch clock at 0. That one high in the air, right center. That one's going to be put away for out number 2. And back to the top of the lineup we go. Bodie Wright is 1 for 2.
Nice opportunity here for Wright to add some runs on the board. Not usually a guy who sees himself in a position to drive in those RBIs at leadoff.
And a rarity, swinging on the first pitch, grounds out to the third baseman. So the Jackets not able to add anything here in the bottom half of the fifth. We'll head off to the top of the sixth. Betancourt still with a 6-run cushion. And we're just about set to go here in the top of the sixth from Dealer Park. Yellow Jackets lead the visiting Wolves 7-1. Leadoff duty here falls to Justin Herzog. First pitch checked his swing, didn't matter.
Herzog's a guy, he came into this one hitting about 240, but always there's potential for a big hit. He's had a couple of really big ones in his career here. Had some very nice games against us last year, that's for sure.
On the season, leads these Wolves. He's tied for the lead with 4 home runs. Tied with John Olson. Finds himself in a 1-2 count. And taps that one foul, staying alive. And watching strike three, Betancourt takes him down. Third of the afternoon for number 7. And next up, it's Owen Bischoff. 1 for 2. And bounces the first pitch he sees up the middle. Diving effort from Blazak, couldn't haul it in. So aboard with the lead, not leadoff single, 1-out single rather.
That could be a big one. Another nice play from Bischoff, who made that really excellent throw out in center just about an inning ago. Hoping to spark something here for the Wolves, who need to start putting up runs soon.
Haven't had a base runner in a minute or two. Certainly not in the last inning. That one went by as quick as you could blink. Next one, swung on. That's in the air to left. And that gets down. That's going to move up to third for Bischoff. So back-to-back hits here for the Wolves. The double from A.J. Cortez.
Just a nice piece of hitting there. That aggressive approach at the plate starting to pay off really for the first time since the Wolves put up their first run in the opening inning of the game.
And first pitch misses the outside for ball 1. Absolutely. These three hitters really the only ones that have done any kind of damage this afternoon. Olsen, that one's high over the backstop. Foul ball.
7 hits for the Wolves in this one so far, and Bischoff, Cortez, and Olsen have combined for 5 of them.
Good position here for Olsen. 30 RBIs on the season. Chance to bring in a couple more. Swinging on that one, on the ground to third. Bledgy got the tag. Back to first, not in time, not going to throw it. In the meantime, Bischoff does come the 90 feet to score from third. So the Jackets lead cut now to 7-2. 2 gone here in the top of the 6th.
And that's another one of those smart heads-up base running plays to start running back to second. I don't know if the Jackets would have had a play at home, but it certainly prevented that, but it also helped prevent that double play there, keeping the inning alive for Western Oregon.
And swing and a miss for strike 1 for Randy Stoltz.
Not a ton of home runs in this Western Oregon lineup, but Stoltz is another one of those guys with pretty good power. He's got 4 home runs on the year, too.
And the 0-1 hits the dirt. Quick reaction from Elmer behind the plate. You're absolutely right for the Wolves. The power may not be what the Yellow Jackets have. It's more of a by-committee approach for sure. But it's serviceable, and when you combine that with the quality of the pitching they've gotten this year, that puts them where they are in second place in the GNAC, certainly.
Yeah, certainly an impressive team. And, of course, power isn't just home runs. This is a group that has been able to hit a lot of doubles on the year, find the gaps, a couple of triples, too. So, they certainly are, just because you're not hitting home runs doesn't mean you don't have the power.
Absolutely, and now Stoltz into a 2-2 count. Runner on first base, 2 gone. And that one swung on, runs foul behind third.
Of course, as I'm looking at it, too, it's worth noting that Curran Mitzel and Owen Bischoff both tied for the lead in the GNAC in triples with 5.
Good power in the gaps, good speed as well. And swing and a miss for strike 3. Betancourt collects his 4th of the afternoon. Just one across here in the top of the 6th for the Wolves, despite a couple of hits. We head off to the bottom half. Zach Blazak will lead it off. And we're set to go here in the bottom of the 6th from Dealer Park. Yuzo Ishioka back to work for the 2nd inning.
Tough spot for him to navigate here. Jackets back at the heart of their order. Some of their best bats coming up. Lead now to 5. They're going to look to get a couple of runs added to it now.
And Blazak watches the first pitch for ball 1.
We've been talking a lot about the Jackets' approach at the plate, that patience. Ishioka threw 19 pitches in his first inning of work. Chalmers was up to 96 before he was pulled.
That patience pays off. 3 right away here to Blazak, missing the zone. And watches ball 4. That one looks like it was just off the outside edge. Leadoff walk for Zach Blazak.
Second of the day, right?
That would be correct.
Great vision by a guy who's, I believe, now up to 25 walks in the season. He walks more than anybody in this lineup. He's just good at getting on base.
If memory serves, I think he may lead the GNAC as well in walks. He's got tremendous vision, great patience.
I can double check you right here, but it sounds right to me.
And going for second to throw down. Tag popped out. So Blazak is going to have second base on the steal.
That was going to be a close one, regardless if that ball stayed in the glove or not.
Absolutely.
It's going to be his 11th steal on the year. Zach Blazak, a perfect 11 for 11.
And going for third. Throw not in time. He's going to be into third safely.
Back-to-back steals. You don't see that very often.
Showing off the wheels there, heading for third.
As it stands, 25 walks would be tied for second in the GNAC. Couple of Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks up there.
Next one swung on. That one's deep to right. Backing up to the track, but in the glove. And that should score Blazak from third. for the 8th run of the game for the Yellow Jackets.
Definitely wanted that one to be out of the park. That hit looked a lot like Peyton Flynn's last one. Of course, that brings him up to bat right now.
Absolutely. Got to believe if the wind off blowing into right field wasn't as strong, it may get out of here.
That's definitely kept a couple of balls from going as deep as they could have today.
And first pitch inside.
Be fun to see another Peyton Flynn home run here. I think he only needs to hit about one every at-bat the rest of the weekend to catch Daniel Cipriano for top in Yellow Jacket history.
Sip hit a lot of dingers back in the day. And back in the day, it wasn't that long ago either.
Like about 2021 was his last year.
And Flynn watches ball 2. Rare count. We see Flynn swing a lot, and he falls behind in a lot of counts.
But that's definitely been his approach since he started at MSUB. He's not been one that usually sits back and waits.
Swinging on that one. That's going to get down in center. So the 1-out single for Peyton Flynn.
Triple for away from the cycle for him, I think.
I believe so. He did have the double as well. Obviously the home run.
Be a heck of a day to start your senior weekend is going for the cycle.
He can do it too. He's got good wheels. He can absolutely reach third base if he puts one in the gap.
And it's a deep center field here, the way the wind's blowing. You'd love to see it, and it's certainly possible at a place like Dealer Park.
And the first pitch to Ryan Jeffries outside for ball 1. And next one's high, ball 2. Maybe checking on Flynn over at first. And it looks like that's going to be it for Ishioka.
As we see who they bring in here, 1 1/3 innings work for Ishioka. Only allowed 1 hit and 1 run, but those 3 walks are a little tough to take. We'll see Caden Shelton start warming up for the Wolves.
So the Jackets chase their second pitcher this afternoon. More patience, it pays off.
This will be Shelton's 8th appearance of the season so far, all in relief. He's thrown 8 2/3 innings. ERA sitting about 8.31. Travis, and if you're Ryan Jeffrey, you're in a pretty interesting spot here. You can really, create an opportunity to blow this game wide open.
Absolutely. 2-0 count, runner on first with just one gone. If he can, he doesn't even need a walk. If he can get away on base, I mean, Jackets at that point could possibly have into double digits as far as runs go.
And he's a pretty decent on-base guy. 12 walks on the year. His clip's about 390.
And first one inside. That'll run it to 3-0.
I didn't even notice they switched mid-count. Switched pitchers mid-count. That's a
little bit odd.
Yeah, sight you don't see too often.
No. Tough situation to come into, and that's going to just hit the outside edge for strike one. Thought that one was going to be ball four. My mistake. And swinging on that one. That gets through into right field. Flynn turning and burning for 3. And he'll be there safely.
Throw from the outfield won't get him that time. Good piece of hitting by Jeffrey on the ground, but just through that gap between first and second. Tough spot for Shelton there, inheriting those 2 balls.
Absolutely. And now James Anderson, the next up. 0 for 2, but a chance to do some damage here. And first pitch misses for ball 1.
Pretty interesting spot for Anderson, who hits about 239 on the year.
And checked his swing. Looked like he still got a piece, though.
Anderson's pretty good with runners in scoring position. Has been for his career. He's another one of those guys who we're going to celebrate tomorrow with Senior Day before Game 1.
And going for second. Down in time. Going for the plate is Flynn. The tag's down. Got him. Took a shot there from the catcher, turning for the tag. So the double steal pays off at second, but not at the plate.
And it was a tough jump. Jeffrey got off to a good start, but Flynn might have just been a little too late getting going down the line there.
Aggressive calls, though. I like it.
Get runs on the board any way possible.
Absolutely. That one's in the air, left center. What a diving play out there by Bischoff. He caught that out in left center field. That has to be one of the better catches I've seen doing play-by-play for this team.
Well, that was a heck of an effort. He had a long way to cover. It's a big outfield here. He has to cover a good amount of distance and to hold on even after hitting the ground and rolling. We've seen a lot of good plays by Bischoff, just even today, out in center.
The baseball sense is through the roof for this guy, but my God, I thought that ball was down in left center for sure, and what a play.
I couldn't tell if his glove popped off. It looked like something fell out of his hand or off something, but just a heck of a job to hold on to that one.
Well, the heroics from Bischoff get out of the bottom 6 for the Wolves. They'll get back to work on the offensive side of things with Colin Irwin in the top of the 7th. And we're set to go here in the top of the 7th from Dealer Park. Colin Irwin has the leadoff for the Wolves. 0 for 2 so far. And watches that one outside for ball 1.
Jackson Betancourt still on the mound for the Yellow Jackets. He's been pitching really effective in this one. Had a couple of nice strikeouts in the last inning.
Absolutely. He hasn't worked deep in a little while, so good confidence from him, hopefully building here.
7's the longest Betancourt's gone this year. Hasn't gone that far, though, since we played Central Washington back in March.
Had a couple of tough outings in between, so this has to be a big confidence boost for him.
Betancourt's a great pitcher, though. A 3-year starter for the Jackets. One more next year. He's got a real shot at finishing his career with the most starts in Yellow Jacket history.
Absolutely. He's up near the top of the GNAC in innings pitched on the season. Worked into a full count here to Irwin in the leadoff spot.
Good job battling back from him.
Absolutely. Fell down 3-0. That one fouled off, staying alive down the right field line.
There hasn't been too many base runners in this one for Betancourt.
And that one bounced. He got a piece. Turn and throw, and not quite in time to nail her at first.
Pretty good heads-up reaction from him there.
Absolutely.
At least be able to get a glove to it.
Good hops.
So that'll be his 8th hit he's allowed. He hasn't walked anybody, but he's been pretty effective even when he does let guys on. Batters for the Wolves are just 2 for 11 with runners on base.
Absolutely. Even 8, it seems like a lot of hits considering how he's pitched today. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've had 8 runners on base.
It really doesn't feel that way. And that's just a testament to how good he's been at limiting the damage.
Absolutely. And into another good spot here, Emiliano Alarcón.
1 for 2 had a nice single his last time up.
And watching strike 2. So quickly into a hole here for Alarcón. Great spot for Betancourt. And that one swung on. Gets past right at second. So back-to-back here for the Wolves in the top of the 7th. Runners on first and second base.
Bit of an awkward hit there. I don't know if Wright knew if that was going to drop before it reached his glove or...
It looks like it caught him a little bit by surprise. I think it took a funny bounce or just something he wasn't quite expecting.
Weird trajectory off the bat.
And now up at Zach Valdez. He's 0 for 2. Watch his strike 1.
Definitely a big at-bat here for Valdez. Western Oregon has a chance to really cut into this lead, make it a couple-run ball game.
And that one tapped. Rolls just foul. That could have been a bit of a problem if that stayed fair. I don't know if Betancourt may have gotten the one at first, but certainly would have put 2 in scoring position.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those balls that gets stuck in no man's land a little bit.
Absolutely.
Just that awkward spot between the catcher and the pitcher.
But instead, we got no 2 count. Second batter in a row here for Betancourt. That one in the dirt. Elmer keeps it in front of him. No movement on the base paths.
Couldn't get him to chase there. Betancourt's a guy who's got a pretty, not a ton of movement in his arsenal, but he's got a pretty good fastball. When he changes speeds, it can definitely confuse some batters.
Certainly. We've seen a couple this afternoon get real out in front on that changeup.
Definitely does a great job of changing up pace.
That one swung on in the air to right field. And the catch, throw in. That's going to hold the runner at second. That's a great throw from Burke Barnes out there in right field.
Yeah, definitely a heads-up play. Keeping an eye on the runner at second and putting that in a spot where he wasn't going to go.
So now with one gone here in the top of the seventh, Curran Mitzel, he's 1 for 2 this afternoon.
Western Oregon with the top of the order up now. He sent that one deep.
That one's in the air. Backing up is Jeffrey. Should have it. He does. That's going to be deep enough to advance the runner to third. So now runners at the corners for the Wolves with 2 gone.
Yeah, definitely a good pitch to kind of sit on and hit, and Mitchell sent it.
Really
Decent
did.
Depth.
Regardless of the wind, I don't know that would have gotten out of here on a calm day, but well hit ball for sure.
Definitely a good job to advance the runner.
Certainly. Not a bad place to be, though, for Betancourt again with 2 out. I mean, obviously you wouldn't love to have the runner on third base, but the sac fly is off the table here.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, he's just been so good even with 2 outs. Batters are 1 for 6, so he hasn't been letting a lot of guys, make those 2-out hits.
And Herzog watches that one, evens the count up at 1-1.
Herzog's 0 for 2, but as you said, top of the order, this is the opportunity for the Wolves to make some noise.
Certainly is. He's going to pick over to first. Saw that pan out early in the game. Didn't pick him off, but caught the runner in the subsequent rundown. And now the 1-1. That one's fouled off.
Thankful I wasn't on the stats for the rundown. That's always definitely an anxiety moment. I'm sure it is as a runner. It's just as anxious when you're doing the stats and you're starting to remember what everybody's number is and what position caught what ball. And,
There's a lot of things to get right doing that. I don't envy that position at all. That one swung on in the air to center. That'll get down. That's going to score the runner from third. And throw to second. That's going to hold Herzog. Looks like he really thought about turning for 2.
Yeah, a bit of a long turn there. Kind of had to hustle and get back, but not enough to get caught. Just a great piece of hitting there from Herzog.
Absolutely. Keeping the inning alive with 2 gone.
Still no action in the Yellow Jacket bullpen. You'd imagine that Betancourt's going to at least get the rest of this inning, but it'll be interesting to see what they do next time.
Absolutely. That's kind of my thought here. I think he's absolutely going to finish this, but we'll see if he works into the 8th. And picking over to first. Back safely is Herzog.
Yeah, tough guy to have up here, too, with Owen Bischoff, who's
certainly 2 for 3. Seen him make just some incredible plays this afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely a guy who's been dangerous both at the plate and in the field.
Good movement on that one. Still missing on that outside edge, unfortunately, for Betancourt. That one's going to be fouled back. That may get out of the stadium here behind first base, pardon me.
Yeah, I think that one's rolling towards the Perkins parking lot next door.
Maybe a souvenir for somebody.
Can leave with a baseball and a slice of pie.
And the 1-1 swung on. That one's high in the air. Blazak under it for out number 3. So, all things considered, another good inning here for Betancourt, and the Yellow Jacket defense just won across for the Wolves. They trail 8-3. And back here for the bottom of the 7th, Berkeley Barnes has a leadoff.
Burke 2 for 3 so far in this one, has the 1 run.
And took strike 1 on the inside edge. Strong game at the dish for Barnes.
Yeah, definitely in form for him, and he's had a great second half of the year, too. That one's going to be high, but manageable.
Bischoff drifting in from center to put that one away. And next up, it'll be Jarrett Elmer. 0 for 1 to this point. Had a sac bunt earlier in the game.
Still has reached base 1 time with a walk.
And watches ball 1 high. And next one misses low, nearly in the dirt. And eerily similar to the second for ball 3. And a watch strike 1. Still a good count for Barnes to be in here.
3-1's definitely a spot you want to be in as a hitter.
Swing and a miss for strike 2.
One high in the zone, he was kind of under that.
Yep. Gotta believe he was thinking that was going to drop just a little bit more for him to get a hold of that. And watches ball 4 high. So another walk for Jarrett Elmer.
Good eye there by Elmer. Definitely a really similar pitch to the one he just took.
Absolutely.
It's a good job to hold off on that one.
Can see why Shelton came back to that.
It definitely makes sense. And Shelton's been doing a good job of moving the ball around. Feels like he hasn't been attacking, just one part of the zone, but more just trying to find everywhere.
Certainly. Bledgy high in the air. Shortstop drifting back. The left fielder comes in to make the play.
That's the wind coming into effect again. It not blowing as bad as it did in the early goings, where I think it was sitting about gusts to 30 miles per hour.
Yep.
But it's still playing a factor in this one.
Definitely. Especially for the pitchers. I mean, got to believe the hand might get a little bit cold. Got to be tough to stay warm out there.
I'm cold just sitting in the booth. Window slightly ajar and I'm freezing.
And nice play at third for the catch for out number 3.
Nice catch by Alarcon there, yeah.
So that's going to do it for the bottom of the 7th. The Jackets go down rather quickly in this one. Off to the top of the 8th, AJ Cortez has the leadoff. And we're just about set to go here in the top of the 8th from Dealer Park. AJ Cortez has the leadoff for the visiting Western Oregon Wolves. They trail 8-3. Jackson Betancourt back to the hill for his 8th inning of work.
You know, the minute he records an out here, it'll be Betancourt's longest outing in terms of innings pitched, but still sitting at 83 pitches, and he can go into that high 90s, hundreds range.
It's a different sport, but the great Texas coach Mac Brown once said, "Dance with who brung ya," and Betancourt's brung him this far. I don't see why you shouldn't stick with him.
Yeah, certainly when one of his best starts of the year. Really nice way to, start this final series, and just the outing the Jackets needed.
Absolutely. Build a lot of confidence for everybody in the field. Hopefully some more confidence in that pitching staff as well.
And obviously in a spot where the margin of error to make the GNAC championships is razor thin, so a big outing from your starter here can really open up some things as the series goes on and you figure out how you want to deploy that bullpen.
Absolutely. It saves a couple arms for sure. And that one catches the inside edge. Strike one. Good pitch there for Betancourt.
A great pitch on the inside there to catch the zone.
So now he's got Cortez into a 2-2 count. And just missing for ball 3.
Would have been a tough one to hold off of. A good pitch that crossed the zone, ended up too far inside, but definitely a tempting one to swing at.
That one swung on, fouled back. And the 3-2 is high. So Cortez aboard with a leadoff walk here in the top of the 8th.
Rare we've seen the leadoff batter in an inning reach for the Wolves so far, but that's just the start you needed to try to start mounting a comeback.
And next up, it'll be John Olson. Again, this heart of the lineup continues to do the damage for the Wolves.
Olson hasn't picked up any RBIs and hasn't crossed home, but is still 2 for 3 in this one.
And that one's on the ground. Bledgy, rather right up with it at second. On to Naylor. In time, double play.
Great reactions from the Jackets on that one to turn the 4-6-3.
Fantastic. Wolves off to a leadoff walk, maybe feeling a little bit good. The Jackets take it right away.
God, that's got to feel nice when you're in the field, just to maybe feel the momentum start to swinging, and then a play like that just, swings it back the other way.
That's something we've seen from this Jacket defense. They haven't allowed the Wolves to really savor any kind of momentum in their favor.
Yeah, it's easy for, 1 or 2 runs to quickly become 5 or 6. Sometimes you'll see, but Jackets been doing a good job of limiting that. They haven't allowed multiple runs in an inning all day.
Absolutely. That's been a huge plus for them. 2-0 count to Randy Stoltz. Swinging on that one. Left center field. Jeffrey has it for out number 3. So the Wolves not able to put anything across. Double play takes all the runners off base. They trail 8-3. Off we go. Bottom of the 8th here at Dealer Park. Zach Blazak has the leadoff for the Yellow Jackets. First to face Chris Jones as he makes his first appearance on the mound this afternoon.
Jones making his 7th appearance of the year, hasn't pitched for the Wolves since April 10th when they took on George Fox University.
And Blazak watches the first pitch outside for ball 1. And squares to bunt. That'll make it 1-1.
For the Yellow Jackets here, you definitely want to add at least a couple more runs before you head into the top of the 9th.
And missing outside for ball 2. And that one laser into right field. That gets down for the leadoff single.
Good hit by Blazak. He's now 2 for 3. Couple of walks. He's reached 4 times in the game.
Another fantastic game for Blazak.
He brings up a good stretch of hitters for the Jackets here. You know, the two guys, they're going to have 3, 4, 5 coming up next.
And Naylor fouls that one off. 0-1. Yeah, starting with Blazak and then working through Naylor, Flynn, and Jeffrey. That's a tough stretch.
All guys who have reached multiple times today so far.
And picking over to first, Blazak back safely.
Suppose you got to worry about the steal for him, seeing as he stole 2 bases last time. On
2 pitches.
You figure he has the green light again here.
I would imagine. Big lead. And Naylor fouls off another one. That one hits the backstop. 0-2. And back to first. Safe. A little closer that time.
We'll see if that lead shortens, but Blazak's a confident guy.
Confident. Curious if they'll pitch out here with 2 strikes. See if they can pick them off.
He went and attacked the zone again. I wasn't sure about a pitch out, but definitely thought you might see something out of the zone there. But no, that was over the plate.
Might see if it was a 3-0 count, it'd be a different story. But something the pitcher or the catcher can throw on. So all foul balls here for Naylor to start this off. Still sticking at 0-2.
And Naylor just doing a great job of staying alive, forcing those extra pitches.
And that one's high, ball 1. That one swung on the ground to second for 1. Not in time at first, so they'll force Blazak at second. Naylor is safe on the fielder's choice. And next up, Peyton Flynn. 3 for 3 this afternoon.
Triple away from the cycle here. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. You got to think anything deep to the outfield here might get the crowd on their feet.
Certainly. Don't think we'll see a walk here. Not intentionally, anyway.
Yeah, but you got to be careful. Obviously, any pitch that's left over, he can crush.
That one hung high in the zone, and he got under it. And putting it away in right field is Randy Stoltz for the second out.
Yeah, definitely not the ball to the outfield we were looking for there, but great job by Chris Jones, who's really come in and made a big impact on the mound here for the Wolves.
It's definitely slowed down that Jacket attack a little bit.
Yeah, a dangerous part of the order to handle, and he's handled it really well.
Jeffrey swinging on the first one he sees, bounced. And that'll get first in time, so the Jackets go down quietly here in the top of the 8th, still hanging on to the 8-3 lead. Back at Dealer Park for the top of the 9th. We're going to see if Jackson Betancourt can go the distance. Working with an 8-3 cushion and working to the bottom of the order.
Pretty cool opportunity here for the junior. He's only completed a full 9-inning game one time in his career so far. Did that last year against St. Martin, so has a time to get the 9-inning complete game for the second time here.
Certainly. You talked about it at length, what the Jackets need to make the playoffs. What a great way to start this series if they can get out of here.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a much better start on the mound than what Betancourt's been giving MSUB today.
And the 1-1 just missed on the inside for ball 2. Irwin is 1 for 3 this afternoon. Swinging on that one. That one will get down into right field for the leadoff single.
Starting to see some movement in the Yellow Jacket bullpen. It looks like Sage Waymit, I believe, down the line warming up.
And next up, Emiliano Alacrone. Also 1 for 3 coming into the at-bat. Watches strike 1. And that one skips away from Elmer. That's going to move Irwin up to second.
Tough break for the Jackets there. Definitely losing the double play ball potentially. Just a really unfortunate
bounce there at the plate. So now a 1-1 count. None out, runner up to second base. That one on the ground to third. That gets through into left field. Flynn up with it. Throw in's going to keep the runner at third. So now runners on the corners with none gone here in the top of the 9th.
Just the start to the 9th inning you'd want if you're the Wolves.
Certainly.
Definitely need runs and quick.
And pinch hitter here for Western Oregon.
Looks like Danny Alvarado, catcher, coming up.
Runners on the corners, none gone. First pitch, checked his swing. That one a little bit high.
This is the 29th at-bat of the season for Alvarado, who's hitting 250. 4 doubles, 5 RBIs. Definitely a capable hitter.
Swinging on the next one for strike one. Got to believe for Betancourt, a strikeout here or a double play ball makes you start feeling a lot better. That one in the air, center field. Jeffrey not going to get to it. And that's going to score the runner from third.
Good swing there by Alvarado. A high ball. Definitely not catchable, but good job by the Jackets there to get that one in quickly. It wasn't anything worse.
Certainly just the one run, but will this be the end of the day for Betancourt? Doesn't look like it yet.
Not sure. We'll see, but even if he does leave the mound, still an impressive outing from Betancourt here.
Absolutely. Can't say enough. I mean, it's talked about all the time in sports about setting the tone, and Betancourt certainly did that with his start today.
Came out, did it in a big way. A few more base runners in the later innings, but of course, as you get north of 100 pitches, you're bound to let up a few more hits than you did in the early going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just a great job early of limiting base runners. Hasn't really had an at-bat where he's struggled to hit the zone or fallen too far behind it.
No, that's been, I think what's most impressive for me in this outing has been his control. And first pitch, again, like these aren't bad misses. It's just a bit off that inside edge.
Yeah, I don't think he's had a passed ball or a wild pitch all day. Just sort of that last one that kind of went off the catcher's glove.
And that one yanked down the right field line. That's going to be down fair. Runner turning third. And that's going to score another run for the Wolves. So in a hurry here, the Jackets have seen their lead go from 5-3. Difference is 8-5 right now.
Yeah, kind of the rule of thumb here with GNAC baseball is, your lead's probably only about as big as half of what it is. So even that 5-6 run cushion really feels like a 3-run cushion.
Certainly. So now the potential tying run at the plate. Justin Herzog. And that one swung on right center field. And that's going to get out of here. And just like that, the Wolves have tied this game at 8 apiece.
Great piece of hitting by Herzog. I mentioned earlier, has a penchant for big hits here, and he just picked up another one.
The biggest of the day for the Wolves. Started this 9th inning just trying to get something going, and they have in a huge way. And that's going to do it for Betancourt here in the 9th.
As we've mentioned before on the broadcast, that margin of error for the Jackets to try to punch their ticket for the GNAC Championships, which of course will be hosted here next weekend, is just razor, razor thin. You can't lose a game, and you also need help. Although, looking in at Central Washington right now, looks like the Jackets are getting what they need early. Northwest Nazarene up 2-0. Of course, they've just started their first game of the day.
When you look at GNAC teams, NNU looks to be the most formidable opponent out there. They lead the GNAC in they're near the top in nearly every offensive category. They have good pitching. Certainly a formidable opponent. So for the Jackets, the team you're trying to beat into the playoffs has a tough draw.
Yeah, but of course, there's just so much talent across the conference, and if you're the Yellow Jackets, you've still got to get through this Western Oregon team that's a very talented group in their own right.
Absolutely.
Right.
The concern here, from my perspective, is if you do give up another run, you need your offense, obviously, to rise at the most critical time. And having Chris Jones on the hill, he's commanded things really well.
Yeah, and after that solid start for the Yellow Jacket offense, they've really only scored one run since that fifth inning.
Certainly cooled off. And just the momentum swing from that 3-run blast to tie this thing.
Yeah, it's a whole new ball game now.
Absolutely.
Completely different dynamic.
And first pitch from Wayman misses outside, ball 1.
Yeah, and if the Wolves do tack on that extra run.
That's in the air right center. And Burke Barnes is under that one. First out.
So they won't do there. Nice job to get the first out of the inning. But it'll
And
be interesting to see who comes up for the Wolves.
Certainly that out on Owen Bischoff, too. We've talked at length about him today. He's been fantastic on both sides.
Looking down the line into their bullpen, it does look like Bryce Bond is warming up for the Wolves.
He's been the shutdown guy this season. Currently the ERA, if I'm correct, is sitting under 1.
4 saves on the year for Bond. So definitely, and the saves have been a little spread out for the Wolves, but definitely not the guy that you want to face on the mound if you're the Jackets.
Certainly not. I apologize. The ERA isn't under 1. His whip stat is at .89.
Yeah, anytime you see a whip under 1, that tells you that's a guy who's pretty good at pitching the baseball. So
keeps people off base for sure. That in the air right field in the corner. And that one's going to fall foul. So for Sage Wayman, maybe a bit of a tough spot to come into. Empty bases, fresh batter. But the Wolves riding a huge wave of momentum here in the 9th. Got Cortez in a 1-2 count with 1 gone. And that one's in the dirt. That'll be ball 2. And swing and a miss.
great pitch there from Wayman. Kind of what we've been talking about Bond is that, late inning guy for the Wolves. That's been Wayman's role for the Jackets this season. He's picked up 2 saves. He's been a pretty good last inning option.
And fouling that one off, staying alive is Cortez. Of course, it's easy to look now and say that they should have turned to Wayman sooner. And maybe they should have, but again, the start that Betancourt had, I don't believe there was any reason to pull him at that point. And swing and a miss. No, he did get a piece. Just staying alive.
Oh, great pitch there. It's unfortunate that he was able to get a piece on that for the Yellow Jackets because that was a very good pitch by Wayman.
That was.
He's got a really nice fastball.
And checking the swing down to first. Got him for strike 3. So Wayment gets the punch out for the second here in the top of the ninth. And next up, it's John Olson. He's 2 for 4.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if the game would have proceeded any different if they did sub Betancourt sooner, was just great on the mound. But ever since coming in, Wayment really has been showing he has his best stuff with him right now.
Absolutely. Good pitch there. Good first strike. Next one on the ground is short. Blazak deep in the hole. That's going to be a tough throw. Not in time.
Great job by Blazak to even get to that one.
Absolutely. That's an insanely difficult play to make for any shortstop. Great job to come up with that one.
And even just get the throw in low, even if it's not in time, it's still just a great play, because the last thing you want him to do is try to make something crazy special happen, and that ball's a couple rows up.
Certainly. So next up, it's Randy Stoltz. 0 for 4 this afternoon. First pitch in the air, left field. Flynn under it. 4 out, number 3. So the Wolves tightening it up, making it interesting here down the stretch. We're all even at 8 apiece off to the bottom of the ninth here at Dealer Park. And we're back at Dealer Park, bottom of the ninth. Dramatic down the stretch. The Wolves hung 5 runs in the top of the ninth to even us up at 8 apiece. James Anderson has the leadoff. He's greeted by Bryce Barnes. Tasked with locking it down here for the Wolves. First pitch, that's high for ball 1.
Yeah, unfortunate break for the Jackets, who looked like they might have had the game under control, but a really good rally by the Wolves in the ninth to, extend the game even further.
Incredible rally, and you hit on it too. Just GNAC baseball, it's 6-run lead might feel more like 2 or 3, and certainly that was the case here. And the 1-1, low for ball 2.
Of course, it's not a complete tragedy still. The Yellow Jackets have this bottom of the ninth to try to pull something back. Man, a walk-off to start the, final series of the year would just be a heck of a way to get things started.
Certainly would, and especially you hit on it during the break. James Anderson, one of our seniors, be a fantastic way to start the series for him. So now Anderson with a 2-2 count. And watches ball 3 go high.
As the hat goes flying there, the wind picked up once more.
Well, the lid's gone.
Sitting on the first base line.
So the cover back on here for Bond. 3-2 pitch. Swung on that. Might get down and left. It will. And thought about turning for 2. Had to hold up at first.
I think that one might have went off the glove. I don't know if he'd still come up with the catch. Tough diving play there by Mitzel, but
I think you're right. I think it did hit off the glove. I think he was just a little bit early.
of course, hardly a routine play.
No. Yeah. We saw that fantastic play by Bischoff earlier, but you can't expect that to happen all the time.
Yeah, and the Jackets have hit the ball hard a lot this game, but really one of the strengths for the Wolves has been their outfield defense. Mitzel in left, Bischoff in center, and Stoltz in right, all of who have made a couple of really nice plays.
And next up, it's Berkeley Barnes, quickly in a 0-1 count. And picking over to first, Anderson back standing.
Barnes is 2 for 4, has had a double in this one run.
And that one in there for strike 2.
Good job by Bond here, kind of responding after that last one where, letting the runner on first and has quickly got ahead in this at-bat.
And the 0-2 just got a piece as it ran inside.
Nope, did missed it, yeah.
You are absolutely right. Bond responding there with a 3-pitch strikeout. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here for the Jackets.
Cole Ayala heading up for the Jackets now. Freshman who's had some big pinch hit appearances this year.
And this might be the biggest. Anything deep in the green grass just might be enough to get Anderson in. He's got some good wheels.
Ayala's hitting .256 in 43 appearances.
And another quick 0-2 count here for Bond.
He's got 4 home runs on the year, and I think at least 2, maybe 3 of them have come in pinch hit situations. So,
and that one's high, ball 1. Working it hard inside on that back-to-back 0-2 counts, working it hard inside on that third strike opportunity. And watching it for strike 3. So Bond validates the stats. Gave up the leadoff hit. Coming right back, 2 straight strikeouts.
Bond has a really nice fastball. I know we've been singing his praises since he entered in, but those last 2 batters, boy, he threw. I wish the radar gun was on. We could really see how fast those fastballs were.
Absolutely, that was some heat. And Bledgy, first pitch inside, got him.
Tough. I think he took that one in on the wrists.
I
But
believe so.
in that situation, bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, you'll get on base any way possible.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team. Looks to be all right. And that'll bring up Bodie Wright, so we're back to the top of the order. And now absolutely anything in the outfield grass should get your winning run across the plate.
Looks like that Wolves outfield is playing pretty shallow. Right call on Wright, who doesn't have too many extra base hits on the year.
And another first pitch for Bond, another strike.
I should specify not home runs, but does have a lot of doubles. But you're trying to, he'll keep something short. You're going to try to avoid something hitting the gap.
And quickly another 0-2 count. And the 0-2 misses low, ball 1.
Wright's no stranger to hitting in the clutch. Already has a walk-off hit this year. The Yellow Jackets were at home against St. Martin's.
And down the third base line, looking for the tag. Anderson sliding hard into third, is up slowly and down on a knee.
Not sure if it was the tag or the slide. Something came up weird there for James Anderson, but you hope he's okay.
Certainly, it looked like when he came into the bag, it looks like, I don't know if he pulled something. It looked like the leg did something funny as he slid in.
He walked back to the dugout there.
Up and off under his own power. That's always a good sign. So as we get set for extra innings, both these teams have been there a couple times each.
Correct. Western Oregon 4 times this season so far. They're 2-2 when the game's gone to extras. This will be the Jackets' 7th extra innings game, though. They're 2 for 4 so far.
Hey, lucky number 7.
Regardless how something happens here, somebody's leaving with 3 extra innings wins.
Of course, the home team needs that to be them to keep those playoff hopes alive here on senior weekend. Game 1 of 4. Waymont back to work. He will work to Colin Irwin.
Jackets have a new catcher, and it looks like Nate May behind the plate now, subbing in for Jarrett Elmer.
First pitch, fouled off. I believe Elmer did get pinch hit there back in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, Elmer, Ayala came in to hit for Elmer, and now May is replacing Ayala.
And swinging on the 0-2 pitch. That one's in the air to center. Jeffrey has it for the first out.
Good job to get Irwin out there, who's 2 for 5 now. Had the 2 hits and 2 runs coming into that at-bat. And now you've got another tough out guy who has 2 hits in the game.
Absolutely. Emilio Alarcón. Apologies, that's about the 3rd time I botched that last name today. Squared to bunt, held up on the pitch outside the zone. And the 1-0 just misses. That'll be ball 2. And swinging on that one, bounced to short. Blazak, Naylor in time for the second out.
Nice job by Naylor there at first, picking that one up on the 1-hop.
Seen him make some incredible plays early in the game. Backhanded catch while keeping the foot on the bag as he was laying out for it. Great play there. Now 2 gone, none on base here in the top of the 10th. That pitch fell back.
Looks like Dylan Moeller at bat. This is his first appearance of the day. Subbed in after Alvarado.
Swinging on that one in the air behind first. Naylor has it. 3 up, 3 down for the Wolves here in the top of the 10th.
Yeah, that quick top of the first frame of extras is exactly what the Yellow Jackets needed.
Something to get the confidence back. That was a tough 9th for this defense. Something just to get feeling good about yourself again, and they got that here.
Yeah, now you're in a pretty decent spot heading back towards the top of the order. The heart of the order. Yeah, this is kind of I think Blazak's leading off, and this is exactly where you want to be if you're the Yellow Jackets looking to, just 1 run's going to win it here.
Absolutely. Blazak, talked about it earlier. He always seems to find a way on base. Get him on there to start. You've got 3 guys who can really hit the ball a long way coming up after that. Good chance to get out of here with a win right here.
Bond back out on the mound again was really impressive that last inning, but of course all it takes is a couple of plays and we'll see who makes them.
Just need a couple balls in play. Or 1 deep over the wall. Either way. One bright spot on the Bond front for the Yellow Jackets in his now 18th appearance, usually averaging somewhere between 1 and 2 innings of work. Gotta wonder if he's equipped to go a distance here if this thing runs long.
There's nobody warming up in the bullpen for the Wolves. They definitely trust him, and he's definitely rewarded that trust on the year in situations like this, but
first pitch to Blazak outside for ball 1.
yeah, Blazak's already reached base 4 times. Has the 2 singles and then a pair of walks.
Watched another one outside, ball 2. Thing too, he's got the speed, so even given the intentional walk here, which I don't think that's what he's doing, but even the intentional walk doesn't take away the threat from Blazak. That one misses for ball 3.
There's a whole bunch of guys for the Yellow Jackets who have walked 3 times in a game. The magic number to tie for most in a single game is 4.
And that's just on the outside edge for strike one.
I think it's all right if he gets to 3, but if he goes to 4, that'll mean this game's gone a little longer than I think most people would like it to be. So
certainly more than most Yellow Jacket fans would be comfortable with. Man, that one misses inside. So Blazak aboard once again. And that brings up Jack Naylor. Well, if you need a hit, if you're the Yellow Jackets, this is probably the guy you're going to turn to. He's averaging over 400 on the season.
yeah, Naylor and then Flynn following him up are definitely the hitters that MSUB would like to be up in this situation.
That one inside. Sorry to cut you off there, Logan.
No worries. I was just trying to find the best spot to work in. That last walk was Zach Blazak's career high.
Fantastic outing for him today.
He'd walked twice in a game, 10 different times in his Yellow Jacket career.
I couldn't tell. It looks like that maybe caught the knob of the bat for Naylor. Doesn't look like it hit him. He's not, certainly wasn't on his way to first, but he's definitely coming up in some discomfort there.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those pitches today from multiple different pitchers that have gone high up inside, and you know, that's just baseball, of course, trying to establish that part of the zone, back a hitter off. Certainly no intent or anything like that. And it's worked, especially in relief. This Western Oregon staff, the bullpen, has really come up in a big way for them as they've fought their way back into this one.
Absolutely. And Blazak on the way to second. Going to be tight. Got there ahead of the tag. Throw from the catcher, maybe just a little bit behind. In any case, Blazak up to second on the steal. So now your winning run into scoring position. 2-0 count to Naylor.
Yeah, third stolen base of the game for Zach Blazak. Another career high.
What a time to have a career day.
Well, they don't call him Blazak for nothing. The guy can move. He's got speed.
The one they call Blazer. And tapped. Foul again inside. So now Naylor back in the box, a 1-2 count. None gone. Blazak up to second base. Big lead at second. Bond checking on him. Nobody to throw to, though. Another one fouled back. Still working on the inside part.
1-2 count. Another count that Naylor's worked long. All he really needs here, you know, a ball in the outfield. It could score Blazak.
Believe so. Anything maybe very shallow won't get him home, but anything mid outfield or deeper should get him in. And turning back to second. Blazak in standing, no throw.
Even forcing the look back like that. You know, throw Bond off his rhythm a little bit, maybe rattle him.
Might be in his head just a bit. And that one misses for ball 2. Of course, why wouldn't he be 3 stolen bases in the game? We saw him swipe third earlier. And that one swung on, running foul. That's going to find the seats. Naylor continues to battle. It's about the third or fourth one he's fouled off in this at-bat.
I got to check the record for most stolen bases. That one's 4 as well. Blazak sitting at about a 5-way tie for second all time.
That one swung on hard to first. The catch. He's got to get back to second. Not in time. So the double play on the line out to first.
Just a tough break. A strongly hit ball by Naylor. Just unlucky that it was right at the first baseman. But, heads up play. Great fielding there by Olsen. And then to throw it back in and get the double play.
That's usually not the hot corner. That's usually third, but not on that occasion. You're absolutely right. Anywhere else, that probably would have got Blazak in to score. And Peyton Flynn swinging on that one high in the air. Shallow left center. Under that one for the put away is Karan Mitzel.
Top of the 11th now. Looks like we're here for a good time and a long time.
More than just a cup of coffee, for sure. We'll step aside for a moment. Mitzel just made the third out. He's going to have the leadoff in the top of the 11th. Off we go. Top of the 11th here at Dealer Park. Karan Mitzel has a leadoff.
At top of the order here for Western Oregon. Feel like a broken record, but this is exactly who you want up. Of course, it's exactly who the Jackets wanted up last inning.
Mitzel is swinging a miss for strike one.
2 for 4, a pair of runs and an RBI at bat for Mitzel so far.
And swinging on that one, gets in the hole. That'll get into left field. So the leadoff hitter's aboard here in the top of the 11th. And that'll bring up Justin Herzog. He evened this game with a 3-run blast to right field back in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, big opportunity for Herzog. Could have another big hit in this one.
Squares to bunt, pulls it back.
It doesn't get much easier for the Yellow Jackets past Herzog either. Owen Bischoff on deck. A.J. Cortez in the hole.
And that time gets the bunt down, turning to first. Wayman's going to take the easy play there. First out.
Until he glanced, maybe thought about trying to make the play at second, but...
It looked for a moment. I thought he was going to turn for sure.
A very nicely executed sacrifice bunt there from Herzog.
See, this is the guy I would be most concerned about. He's just made so many great plays today.
Yeah, Owen Bischoff certainly has a feel for the moment. He's come up big in some really important spots, and this might be the most important spot of them all.
And swinging on that one, fouled back, so now 0-2.
Looking across the GNAC quickly is this one in the top of the 11th, top of the 5th in Nampa, Idaho. Northwest Nazarene up 7-0 now on Central Washington. So things are continuing to break the Jackets' way, at least in the games that are out of their control.
Well, Northwest Nazarene certainly holding up their end of the bargain here. Jackets got to find a way out of this one-out threat here from the Wolves.
As much as we've talked about how important a win is here for the Jackets, is
terrible bounce there off the front of the plate.
That one went almost over the backstop. Well, this one's a really important. Wins are just as important for the Wolves right now. And they've got that second seed heading into the GNAC championship, but they're still, fighting in the West region.
Certainly. Seeding.
Outside the top 8 in the first ranked West region stuff from the NCAA, but we're 7th overall in the NCB WA1. So certainly a team that needs to keep winning if they have any hopes trying to continue their postseason play past the GNAC tournament.
Absolutely. Crowd here did not like that call for ball 3. I think everybody in the stadium, except for maybe Bischoff and the home plate umpire, thought that was strike 3. Three-two pitch, misses for ball 4. So now runners on the corners with one gone. If we're looking for positives in this situation, the double play ball is an option here. Man, the Jackets are going to take a moment and talk things over.
Yeah, it brings up another tough matchup here. And John Olson is 3 for 5 so far hitting, so certainly not an easy out by any means, and runners on the corners.
Certainly a double play would be the ideal situation for the Jackets to get out of this inning, but even a strikeout, keeping the advancement off the bases is paramount here with a runner on third.
And they're not, there's movement, but they're not throwing anybody in that Yellow Jacket bullpen. Wayman's gone 2 1/3 so far. 1 strikeout, 1 walk, 2 hits. They've got a lot of trust, and this guy's got a lot of confidence. They're certainly not considering pulling him right now.
No, certainly not. I think, too, with obviously having to have 4 wins, maybe not wanting to dip too far into the bullpen right away. But can't undersell what Wayman has done. He came into a tough spot with the Wolves riding a ton of momentum, and he's played well. And the 0-1 misses low. That'll even it up at 1-1. And picking over to first. Back safely was Bischoff.
Yeah, and I think we'll see Wayman continue to attack that low part of the zone. You certainly don't want to give him something to elevate, because even a ball in the air really runs the risk of becoming a sac fly.
Certainly. That one running foul behind third. If they're going to put something in play, you want it to be just a routine ground ball somewhere, either to short or to second, somewhere where you can turn 2. And now the 1-2 count. That's high inside. Behind the head of Cortez. That'll even it up at 2-2. Wayman looks like he just lost control on that one. Two swung on. And drifts foul back behind the left field line.
Definitely the kind of contact the Jackets are hoping to avoid. You know, obviously lucky that one wasn't put fair, but the ball down the line there definitely scores the runner from third.
Absolutely. Next one just missed for ball 3. And the 3-2 fouled off. And checking over to first. 3-2 one more time. Runner going for second. That's going to go foul.
This might be the most tense at-bat of the game so far. 3-2 count here. Extra innings, obviously, those runners in the corners. And, man, it's been a battle.
And that got him for strike 3. Cortez was out of the box on his way to first. Not to be. Waymont. Big punch out for the second out here in the top of the 11th.
That was definitely a tight pitch. Could have gone either way. And obviously you saw Cortez definitely thought he was on his way to first, bases loaded.
The difference one call can make in a game. We're one change away from bases loaded, and he hits him on the first pitch. So that puts Olsen aboard, bases loaded. And that brings up Randy Stoltz.
5 at-bats so far in this one for Stoltz. Hasn't got a hit, but this is a player that has the power. Say 4 home runs, 16 RBIs on the year, was in that 3-way tie for most until Herzog's game-tying blast in the 9th.
Gut check time here for Sage Waymont. Tough spot. First pitch, swing and a miss. Got him to chase one there.
A really nice break on that pitch there. It looked like it. Boy, I thought it was looking like it was starting in the middle of the zone. It had ended up in the dirt off the corner of the plate.
That was a lot of break. Next one swung on. That one's deep to left. And goes foul.
Oh, the thinnest of margins there. For almost a second, it looked like it was gone, but it just hung up in the air for so long. And, oh, Jackets are lucky that one fell fouled on the line.
Right off the bat, that looked like it was going to get out of here. Maybe more play with the wind, but sigh of relief here from all the Jackets fans. Now an 0-2 count to Stoltz. And that one's outside, ball 1. Looks like he's trying to get him to chase another one. Next one in the dirt. Hard work there by May to keep it in front of him.
But a great block there. I mean, obviously, any mistake at this point could result in a lead change, putting the Wolves in the driver's seat for the first time all game. So those little things like that block there, the deal breakers.
And got him on strike 3. Great pitch from Waymont. So the 2-out threat does not come to pass with the bases juiced. We're still deadlocked at 8. Getting set to go here in the bottom of the 11th at Dealer Park. New pitcher is going to be there to greet the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, Owen Murdoch on the mound now for the Wolves. 5.40 ERA on the season. This will be his 11th appearance. So far, he's made 9 starts, so an unusual spot for him to come out of, at least on the year, but certainly has been effective for the Wolves.
Definitely. Ryan Jeffrey has the leadoff. Little Taylor Swift on the walk-up song. Maybe breaking some of the tension in this stadium right now. My goodness, you could cut it with a beach ball. First pitch swung on. That one just falls foul.
I've never looked harder at a baseline before, but I was hoping that one would kick up chalk. Obviously, didn't do that there, but hey, it could have been a heck of a hit opposite field by Jeffrey.
Had a lot of room out there, too. He could have easily turned 2, maybe 3. Kind of similar to the one from Stoltz that just found a way to go foul. And Jeffrey takes that one. Maybe a bit outside. Doesn't matter, strike 2. And that one's outside, ball 1. On the day, Jeffrey's 2 for 5. Next one outside for ball 2. So Murdoch's worked the outside portion of the plate here the last 3 pitches. See if he comes back in here. And he does, and misses for ball 3. Full count, swung on. That's on the ground to second. On to first in time, first out.
Tough break, another well hit ground ball. That one right at the second baseman, but still a great job from Jeffrey. went down 0-2, and he shook it off and threw balls there.
Battled. Said it all day from the Yellow Jackets. Patience at the dish. And first one misses low, maybe a bit outside for ball one.
Nice to see James Anderson back out there. Obviously had that awkward slide into third to end the ninth, but looks to be fine.
Next one high inside. And takes strike one. Now the 2-1, swing and a miss for strike two.
Yeah, powerful swing there from Anderson, who does have some pop in the bat.
Looks like he liked what he saw. Maybe the timing just a bit off there. And that's high for ball three.
Yeah, I think that last one was the pitch he was sitting on and just couldn't time that one right. But if he sees that thing again, I think we could be in for some fireworks.
That's outside, ball four. So Anderson aboard again. And Berkeley Barnes, another chance.
Yeah, second walk of the day for Anderson. Jackets have 8 in total. So they've been doing a good job of getting on base no matter how they got to do it. 13 hits as well, plus the hit by pitch.
Great vision at the plate for these guys. First pitch, just on that outside edge for strike one.
Yeah, Burke Barnes up now.
2 for 5 today.
It could be a big moment here. Obviously, we're kind of just waiting to see who wants to play hero.
They say history waits for a hero to come forward. Again, fingers crossed, it's one of the guys in a yellow jersey. Barnes swinging on that one. That's going to run foul. Staying alive on the 0-2 count with a runner on first. One gone here in the bottom of the 11th. Might be in for a bit of a late night here at Dealer.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be with how the game was proceeding early, but I think we're going to see the lights tonight.
Our second half of this doubleheader coming up. It'll be a 7th inning affair. Roughly 45 minutes after the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, these guys are going to see a lot of baseball today. We're for sure in for at least 18 innings now.
It's a lot of work.
Just as another testament for how tough these teams are. I mean, to be able to do 18 a day and they're going to have to turn around and do it tomorrow.
And that one skips away, not far enough. Did that bounce off the ump at first?
Boy, it might have. I can't think of any other reason that ball stayed in the infield after that.
That ball looked like it was headed for at least probably near the seats over there. Certainly looked far enough for Anderson to advance without the unfortunate bounce there. And that one's high, ball one.
Yeah, just a tough break because obviously the minute you first see that, you're thinking, hey, there's a runner in scoring position.
That was already almost coming out of my mouth when I saw that ball start to go. And that's going to miss outside, ball two.
As you said, Barnes 2 for 5, but picked up his hits in the second and third inning and hasn't been on base since. So
the Wolves have really locked it down here through the latter half of this game, roughly. I mean, the Jackets haven't scored a run since the fourth.
they might do it there. That one's deep.
Left.
Oh, that's the third ball in the last, well, just this inning alone that's gone down to that corner and looked close.
My goodness.
I might go out there in between innings and make sure that line's drawn straight.
My goodness gracious. That's 3 times in the last inning. Balls have looked good out there and just fallen foul.
It's a game of inches. Just shows you how close the game can be from turning on its head.
Absolutely. Another good take there from Barnes. That's a tough one to lay off. Another Jacket batter in an 0-2 hole battled back to a full count today.
Boy, if I had a nickel.
That one gets down, hop it short, and he's going to be safe at first. So, good legs there from Berkeley Barnes. Maybe got a bit of help from the bounce. Jackets 2 aboard. Runner on second base in scoring position.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is that extra bounce or that little bit of air time. I mean, fielded cleanly, but by the time he got control of it, there was no shot for a play at either base.
That's great work by Barnes there. Get the bat on it and just turn and burn. Put your head down and go.
It shows you why hustling's so important.
Absolutely. As you just said, game of inches, and that certainly doesn't always apply just to foul balls. Those bang-bang plays at first can make a difference, certainly in a game like this. So next up, it'll be Nathan May. First appearance of this one. First pitch swinging, that's foul back.
May's hitting north of 300 on the year. He's got a .313 batting average, has 20 hits. No homers, but 7 RBIs. Certainly capable of putting a good swing through one.
Again, back into another similar situation to earlier where you don't need something particularly deep here.
Going deep might be hard as it is. That wind's starting to blow in now as the flag's blowing almost towards first base.
Certainly anything over the wall gives us a flair for the dramatic. It's a little more entertaining for the fans, but that one hung a little bit, got a good swing on it.
Yeah, I don't really think either of these teams care how the winning run crosses the plate as long as it's, somebody in their jersey crossing the plate.
Absolutely. They don't ask how, they ask how many. And the 0-2. That's in the dirt. And check over to first, held up in time.
It was close, but good job by May putting the brakes on that swing.
Absolutely. And pitch clock at 0. So that's going to add another ball to the board here. Back even at 2-2.
Yeah, nice break for the Jackets there. Haven't seen the pitch clock come into effect until that moment.
No. And that one looking for strike 3. May not happy with that call. And Next up, it'll be Parker Bledgy. He had some walk-off heroics back here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, there's certainly a number of Yellow Jackets who have had success with the walk-off in their career. Bledgy, Bodie Wright. Not playing today, but I think Caden Kirschenbaum's had some walk-off hits before, so.
That one in the air to left.
Is it deep enough?
And caught for out number 3. Yeah, another ball in left field looked pretty good, not to be. We'll head off to the 12th. Off we go, top of the 12th from Dealer Park. Still tied at 8 apiece. Been that way since the 9th.
Yeah, long game. It's the longest game the Jackets have played this year. Trying to look back and find out exactly how long it's been since we've had a game go this long. It looks like 2019.
That one on the ground to short. Blazak up with it to Naylor in time. One away.
Yeah, I think the longest game the Yellow Jackets have played, or this will be the longest game since February 16th, 2019, when they went to 12 innings against Colorado Mesa.
My goodness. And laying down the bunt there is Alarcon. Just rolling foul. That's a long distance to go with Colorado Mesa. That's a good team down there.
Yeah, they were number 12 in the nation when that game was played.
My goodness.
And just a great program.
Swinging on the next one he sees in the air right center. That's going to fall. Trying to barehand it there was Jeffrey. Couldn't come up with it. Throw in, not quite in time. Runner safe at second.
Good piece of hitting there by Alarcon. I mean, he's a guy who hasn't had too much success at the plate today, which is weird to say because there's just been so many hits across the board. But, I mean, just a great piece of hitting there to get on second and put a runner in scoring position.
Absolutely. Now Dylan Moeller. And that one takes a bounce. May keeps it out front. Ball one. That was the 30th hit of this game. Next one in there for strike one.
Yeah, sometimes it's rare for a team to just get, or to combine even see like 30 hits in a double header between those 2 days. So to just get 30 in a game is insane.
one tapped, hit foul before it rolled to Wayman. I'm sure Wayman would have rather had the call the other way. That was an easy play to first.
He's getting up there. Wayman's crossed 50 pitches now. He's certainly capable of going deeper. He's thrown almost 70 in a game this year and a career high of, I believe, 81.
And the 1-2 again, May active to keep that in front of him.
May's a good athlete by the play, and he's shown it. He's had a couple of balls that he's in to make a pretty heroic effort on.
The reaction's fantastic. I don't know if he was a goaltender in another sport in his younger days, but
he looks like he'd be a heck of a hockey goaltender.
I agree. That one, nice catch by Bledgy at third. Throw back to second, not in time.
Yeah, great reactions at third there from Bledgy, speaking of reaction time and
That was great.
anticipation. Great move.
And back to the top of the order we go. Curran Mitzel, 3 for 5 on the afternoon.
The Wolves lineup is making its 6th appearances at the plate now, starting with Mitzel.
And first pitch runs foul.
Jackets are close to going their 6th time down the order. So we've seen a lot of at-bats in this game.
So now with a 1-0-1 count, rather, to Curran Mitzel. Run around second base, 2 gone here in the top of the 12th. Pitch hits the outside edge for strike 2. That's a good pitch for Wayman.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those that have started outside and have made their way back in with the break. And that's just part of what makes Sage Wayman such an effective pitcher.
And the 0-2's high. They're going to take a look at the runner there on second. Next one just missed on the outside edge. So now back to even at 2-2. And that one's tapped foul.
We talked about how impressive it was and how important it was that Jackson Betancourt went as deep as he did, but in the same breath, Sage Wayman will probably go 4 innings of work here. Jackets have thrown just 2 pitchers, while Western Oregon have thrown 6.
That is strike 3. Pardon me, mid-thought there. Great pitch from Wayman. Again, fantastic work to get out of a jam. That may come into play as we get into tomorrow in these games. Only using 2 arms, potentially, in a game this long, saving some for these next 3 games.
Yeah, there's a lot of baseball still left to be played over these next couple of days, and it's so easy to overwork your bullpen, and the ability to go deep is really important. And of course, Western Oregon have a number of really talented pitchers that allow them to go deep back into that bullpen. But to keep those arms as fresh as possible for the rest of the series is going to be just such a huge advantage for MSUB.
Absolutely. And you think of the quality arms that maybe the Jackets are saving here, like a Bo Burnett, like an Andy Evans, a Cy Miller, a Lance Schaff.
Yeah, it just gives you so much flexibility in how you choose to deploy. But also, every game goes a little different.
Absolutely.
If one of your guys maybe gets roughed up a little early, the ability to go to somebody late or, earlier in the game maybe than you'd rather, and you still have so many arms for those later parts of the game is just huge.
Definitely. Well, we're off to the bottom half of the 12th. You touched on the number of at-bats in this game. Combined, these two teams are up to 90.
Jeez.
And there will be at least one more.
As Bodie Wright steps in for the Jackets. 1 for 5 with a walk.
First pitch, swing and line to right. That's going to get down. So the leadoff single for Bodie Wright.
I think I said it was their 6th. Incorrectly, it's the 7th time down the order for the Jackets. Bodie Wright now 2 for 6. Got Zach Blazak up now, who's already reached 5 times in this game.
Fantastic work from Blazak. We can't say it enough. He's been unbelievable, as have many of these Jacket players, but his ability to get on base today has been unreal. Of course, didn't pan out that time.
Yeah, tough bunt when you always pop that up, but great job in the field there. That was Irwin who came out on that one.
Getting up and out of the crouch to make the play there. So now 1 gone for the Jackets in the bottom of the 12th. Jack Naylor has a runner on first. Of course, right out there on first represents the winning run. Swinging on the first one, lines it into center. And Wright's going to hold up at second. Good choice there.
Almost a scary bounce in the infield there as that one came in. I don't think that one was supposed to go past shortstop, but
I believe you're correct. That could have been, had he made the choice to turn it, that certainly would have made it tighter.
yeah, but I think you'll just take runners on at this point, first and second.
Absolutely.
Still just 1 out, and Peyton Flynn coming to bat.
He's come through so many times. He's hit so many home runs, of course.
I'm still rooting for the triple for the cycle, but I don't think that's possible. Unless the Jackets get really creative with some base running. Of course, I'm sure that's the farthest thing from his mind. He's just focused on getting a run across the plate.
Absolutely. And watches the first 2. Good eyes there from Flynn. 2-0 count.
Yeah,
the last one was mighty close on the outside.
Yeah, and as we've pointed out before, Peyton Flynn is a guy who is a free-swinging player. He is not afraid to, take a chance on one outside the zone and see if he can get a hold of it.
Absolutely. Swinging on that one. That one's running foul. Anything, I feel like I've said this at least a handful of times by now, anything in the outfield grass probably wins you this game. Bodie Wright's got some good speed out there at second.
Well, and when a game goes as deep as this one, there's only so many things you can say.
And that one popped. Back behind second, closer to first. Either way, caught for out number 2. And that'll bring up Ryan Jeffrey. Again, we hear the sweet sounds of Taylor Swift here at Dealer Park. Little bad blood brings Jeffrey to the plate. First pitch outside for ball 1.
Yeah, if he was able to, get a hold of one, possibly be the winning RBI, it'd be a real love story.
It really would. Certainly all the Jacket fans in here would be in love with this kid. That one bounces away from Irwin behind the plate. And Wright's going to hold up at third. So your winning run is just 90 feet away with 2 gone. 2-0 count to Jeffrey here in the bottom of the 12th. Doesn't take a deep fly ball, just takes something in play. one swung on and tapped foul. And the 2-1 swung on. That's going to be foul back beyond the left field line.
You know, walk-off hit here for Jeffrey would just be, I mean, he's had a great year coming in first year transfer, hitting .320 on the year, has really made a home for himself out in center.
He had big shoes to fill with Carson Green, who's been out there the last few years before that.
Yeah, and
He's done it so well.
He's done an admirable job.
And swinging on that one in the air, left center, not going to get down. A little frustration here from Jeffrey. So we end the 12th just as we have every inning since the 9th, tied at 8. We head off to the 13th. Here we go, top of the 13th at Dealer Park. The host Yellow Jackets and the visiting Western Oregon Wolves still deadlocked at 8.
Well, for sure go the full 13. It's the longest game in Yellow Jacket history since the Cal Baptist game in 2015. That game lasted 15 1/3 innings, with the Jackets ending up losing that one 3-4.
My goodness. And tapping that one foul. Back into the dangerous part of this lineup, Justin Herzog down to a 1-1 count.
Yeah, Herzog's the whole reason we're still here. Hit the game-tying 3-run shot in the top of the 9th. Feels like that was an hour or two ago at this rate.
It does. And that one hard down the first baseline. Good work by Naylor to come up with it. Stepping on first for out number 1.
Continuing to follow a game that might wrap up its first game before ours, or a series rather, despite starting after, is Central Washington down 8-1, bottom of the 7th against Northwest Nazarene. As a reminder, the Jackets need to win every game of this series and have the Wildcats get swept if they want to make the GNAC championships.
And a 1-0 count to Bischoff. Takes strike 1. Of course, the GNAC championships will be here next weekend. Jackets just don't know yet if they'll be a part of it.
Still a really exciting opportunity to have it here. We've got an incredible ballpark and just very excited to have everyone.
Absolutely. The chance to host a conference tournament is always a reason to be excited.
Having your team in it, just a little bit sweeter.
Absolutely. Just puts a little more spice on it. And swinging and missing for strike 2 was Bischoff, so counts even again, and this time at 2-2. And strike 3, swinging. Wayment takes him down for the second out. And that's going to bring up A.J. Cortez. He's 1 for 5. First pitch, swinging. That one will get down in shallow left field. He's turning for 2. And he'll be there, throws off line. So a 2-out single from A.J. Cortez.
We've been saying the last couple innings that left field corner has kind of felt like a trap. It's been teasing. We've had a lot of really well-hit balls that have gone just foul, and Cortez finally breaks that curse, puts one in fair territory, ends up on second base.
Amazing. And considering of the ones that we've seen over there, that might be the least threatening one, and that one's the one that got down. And that one's fouled off. So Olsen with an 0-1 count. 3 for 5 in this one. Swinging on that one, deep to right. That one goes foul.
Might have just moved corners, and now the right field corner is going to be the...
It's going to be the unlucky one for a little bit. Just about every Wolves player in the dugout was pointing fair on that one, not to be. So now in an 0-2 count, 2 gone, runner on second base here in the top of the 12th, top of the 13th rather, pardon me. That one in the air to center. Jeffrey has it. Out number 3. So Sage Wayment, by my math, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 complete innings, no runs allowed.
Yeah, 5 innings, 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk and 4 hits. He's been really effective since he entered the game.
Fantastic.
And just another testament to how impressive this Yellow Jacket pitching duo has been. They've basically put up 2 starts, like 2 quality starts.
Absolutely. The ability to go deep for Betancourt was huge today. Again, we've hit on it. The 9th didn't quite go the way that anybody would have wanted. But he had a really quality outing ahead of that. And obviously Wayman has picked up in a really, really good spot and kept it going.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they stick with Wayman further or what happens after that.
Gotta believe maybe Betancourt was a bit of a hard lesson to learn, and maybe they're going to put somebody else in before it gets to that point, just in terms of depth as far as innings pitched.
Of course, I think we'd all prefer if it would not get to that point and we can end it here.
Just end it right here. We still got another game to play. We're getting plenty of baseball.
I got to get a snack in between. It's dinner time. It's
Get
almost 5. The game started at 1.
Get you a hot dog, maybe some fries, you know. Little snacky snack between games.
That ballpark popcorn is calling my name.
Ooh, that does sound good.
It was kind of a tongue twister a little bit.
Ballpark popcorn. Say that 10 times fast.
I'll save everybody the pain of doing that.
Well, snacks aside, we're off to the bottom of the 13th. James Anderson has the leadoff. Watches strike 1.
Owen Murdoch still working on the mound for the Wolves. He's been really effective since he came in. Got to think part of the idea behind putting a guy like Murdoch in was so he could go multi-innings.
Think so. I gotta believe they're saving whoever the shutdown guy is next, in case they do get a lead in the top of an inning here.
And they've got multiple guys who have picked up saves on the year. As we mentioned, Bond had 4 coming into today.
And got Anderson looking there for strike 3.
Murdoch has 1. They've got Devin Bell, who's picked up 2. And then Shane Bailey also has 1 this year. Chris Jones has a save as well, but he's already thrown 2. Just speaks to the depth in the bullpen that this Wolves team has.
Of course. Next up, Burke Barnes watches ball 1 on the outside edge. He is 3 for 6 this afternoon. Good outing for him.
It'll be fun to go back through the box score after this one. A lot of high hit totals on both sides.
Certainly. If anybody ever looks at a college baseball roster and thinks they have a lot of players, games like this are the reason why. And that one swung on. Maybe running foul, but shallow. What an effort out there in right. Looks like it did get down, though.
Yeah, impressive sliding effort. I think he ended up going into the wall.
He did. Stoltz, I believe that was Stoltz, took one for the team to try to make a play. Didn't go his way that time.
Yeah, a tough play, really athletic play. It's kind of a dead corner for us, at least from a vantage standpoint. Now that I'm looking that way, since the ball went down that way, it does look like someone is up in the Western Oregon bullpen.
So back in the box for Barnes. Watches ball 3 go high. Can't see a number on the pitcher in the pen for the Wolves. And that one hard on the ground to third. Great effort there to keep it out front and onto first in time. Emilio Alarcon, fantastic work out there at third.
Yeah, as impressive as the bats have been in this one, 18 hits for the Wolves, 16 hits for the Jackets. There's still been a lot of really impressive defense been played.
Certainly has. Seeing the Jackets turn a couple very impressive double plays. Some impressive catches for the Wolves. This game's had a little bit of everything. It's had some good pitching, a lot of hits.
Yeah, a little bit of everything and a lot of it.
A lot of time in this one for sure. And watching ball 2 go high there was Nathan May. He's into a 2-1 count, 2 gone, none on base here in the bottom of the 13th.
May's 0 for 1. He struck out in his first plate appearance. He entered mid-game.
And that one just outside for ball 3. So another good hitter's count. This time Nathan May. Chance to get on base. And that one catches the outside edge for strike 2.
Another good pitch by Murdoch, who's done a great job of commanding the zone since he's entered.
And that one misses outside, ball 4. Again, really worked to that outside edge, those last handful of pitches.
Yeah, even on those, he's given up 2 walks, but even on those are some borderline pitches, which are, those are hard calls to make.
Absolutely. Especially you have a catcher trying to frame it to look like a strike, so certainly not enviable calls to make behind the plate. And now, so with a 2-out walk, that'll bring up Parker Bledgy. Watch his strike 1. Bledgy's been on base a couple of times. Officially, he's 0 for 4. I believe believe reached on a walk and was hit by a pitch as well. And that one swung on, that one hung up and got under it and caught for out number 3. That was Justin Herzog. So, another scoreless inning in the books. Off to the top of the 14th we go. Set to go here in the top of the 14th at Dealer Park. Getting late. This one still has to get decided. 8 apiece. Swinging on the first pitch. Running foul.
Randy Stoltz up. He's going to be the 122nd combined batter of the game.
Insanity.
A lot of guys are getting a lot of reps.
It's always valuable. Certainly if you have younger players on the team or maybe some guys that just don't see the lineup all the time, might be a chance to shine in a game like this. Next one, bounces foul down the line as well.
If I gave you 122 plate appearances, do you think you're getting a hit?
Maybe one. Like a crappy little nubber that just gets past short.
I think I got to hustle down the line if I'm reaching base.
The only way I'm getting on base if it's an absolute meatball and whoever's in the infield falls asleep. And that one's in the dirt. Good work by May.
I don't know the amount of pitches that have been thrown in this game. I think I could stand up there, not swing, and take a walk. That's my best bet.
And that one misses inside for ball 1.
Wayman's closing in on that record amount of pitches. Sitting in the 70s. It's the low 80s for that. But he's been really effective since entering.
Another hard one down the left field line. Of course, Stoltz kind of had that weird one in left field that started all of it. That one that just barely went foul.
Yeah, kicked off that trend where there were just 3 or 4 down in that left field corner deep that were real borderline.
Especially with the wind going the opposite way, you would think. And there's a strikeout swinging. Wayman takes down another one.
Strikeout number 10 on the day for the Yellow Jackets.
Well, you know what that means.
Free queso.
Absolutely. Gotta love some free queso.
All it took was 14 innings.
And now up it's Colin Irwin. He watches strike one. 2 for 6 this afternoon. Getting into this evening, more like it. Just past 5 o'clock local time. That one tapped foul.
I think I joked about how I thought the NNU Central Washington game was going to wrap up after ours, but I didn't take it seriously. They're about to head to the top of the 8th. 13-1 there, Nighthawks in the lead.
Great news for the Yellow Jackets. Just need to close things out here.
Just need that 3 more times.
Ooh. Couldn't tell if that hit him or he just got out front. I think he got a chunk with the bat. Couldn't tell if it caught his foot, though. Looks like probably not. Looks to be all right.
Looked almost like it was going to hit him for a second, but he was still swinging. Just a little awkward set of events there.
A little bit. Kind of similar to what happened with Naylor earlier. And the 0-2 swung on foul.
Now, I don't know about you, this is certainly the longest game I can remember since I started watching Yellow Jacket baseball, for sure.
I would agree. This has been an absolute marathon. Thinking about those foul balls that get up and out of the park, some of the guys that aren't playing today certainly getting their steps in, retrieving some of those.
Yeah, somebody should really keep count. I wonder how many balls that we've actually gone through in a game like this one.
And that one hits the dirt. Weird bounce again. Looks like it hit the plate. Luckily, no runners on base, so no harm done. Colin Irwin continuing to battle. That one swung on high in the air, shallow. Right, drifting back. And on the coverage there was Burke Barnes. He'll have it for the second out. And that'll bring up Emiliano Alarcon. Two gone for the Wolves here in the top of the 14th. None on base. First pitch. That'll miss for ball 1.
Getting close to turning the order over again. Alarcon's the 8 hitter. It'll be the 8th time down the order.
And that one on the ground to Naylor. Hit a knee, still came up with it. That'll be it. He'll step on the bag for out number 3. So we'll head off to the bottom half of the 14th. Again, still deadlocked at 8 apiece. Jackets, top of the order, due up with Bodie Wright. Trying to put an end to this thing. Off we go, bottom of the 14th. Bodie Wright has the leadoff for the Yellow Jackets, just as he did 13 innings ago. Just a little bit has happened between now and then. Swinging on the first one he sees. Over in a hurry, that's just foul into the Wolf dugout.
You're right. 2 for 6 so far in this one. I feel ridiculous every time I read somebody's stat line at this point.
Jackets.
Feels like I'm looking at 2 games like pushed together.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not far off. Jackets, you said it earlier, going to be the 8th time through the order here.
It's crazy, too, with the lack of scoring. If you look at the scoreboard, obviously it replaces those early innings, and it was looking like a barn burner, but if you looked at it now, you'd think it'd almost be a shutout.
A lot of zeros up there. And Wright swinging on another one. That's high. That one's in fair territory this time and caught by Stoltz out there in right field for the first out. Next up, it's Zach Blazak. Found a way on base a lot of different times today in a lot of different ways.
2 for 4, 3 walks, 3 steals. Heck of a defensive effort for him, too. He's made a number of really good plays. You can say that for just about everybody, though, that they've made a number of really good plays.
Without a doubt, that one in the air, left field, caught for out number 2. And next up, it'll be Jack Naylor.
He's reached at about a 50% clip in this one. He's 3 for 6, 2 RBIs, 2 runs.
First pitch swung on down the third base line. Alarcon on to first in time for out number 3. So the Jackets go down quickly here in the bottom of the 14th. We've played 14. Why not one more?
Top of the 15th on the way. Jackets closing in on that longest game in program history record. If they make it all the way through the 15th, they will, which is just unbelievable.
Hopefully you're sticking with us through the marathon. Back here for the 15th inning between the Wolves and the Yellow Jackets. Dylan Moeller has the leadoff. Fouls the first one back.
Pretty impressive to still see Sage Wayment out on the mound for the Yellow Jackets. He's thrown 6 innings now, completed in this one.
And good pitch there for strike 2.
His career high is 7 innings in a game. So he's going to, if he sees out this entire inning, he's going to match that.
And another strange bounce at the plate. So now with a 1-2 count, Moeller, the leadoff hitter. No runners on base, of course. No outs. That one, hot shot into the dugout. Heads up there for Western Oregon.
Might have backed a few people off the front of the dugout anyways.
Just a little bit, my goodness. That one had some speed. Next one's high in the air into the seats. That's about 6 or 7 rows up in the bleacher section out there behind first. So the count will stick at 1-2.
I think if somebody was chasing foul balls in this one, they'd have put in at least a couple of miles.
Easily. And that one tapped on the ground to short. Blazak fumbles it.
Yeah, just unlucky. Kind of a slow roller there. I don't know if he picked that up cleanly, if he'd even have a shot at the play at first.
Tough play to make. He was definitely full speed going for that ball, trying to make up the difference.
And Moeller was going pretty fast down the line as well. It would have been tight.
And laying down the bunt. There is Mitzel. Throw to first. Got him. So another sack bunt situation pays off for the Wolves.
Laid down well by Mitzel. He forced a tight play at first. He almost reached there, but a great job to advance the runner.
Some good speed there. And timeout for the moment. And it looks like they're going to put him on base intentionally. Runner on first makes a double play ball a little more viable.
Interesting choice there. I mean, Herzog's had a couple of really big hits in this one. Oh, and Bischoff's kind of been the star of the show a little bit in terms of quantity of plays, but
Certainly.
I don't hate Walken Herzog putting the double play ball in effect and making a guy come up with a hit here.
I agree. I think putting a runner on first for that double play option, or that possibility, is a great call here. And unfortunately for the Yellow Jackets, in this part of the lineup, the next guy up always seems like a daunting task, so might as well just get a double play option in there.
Yeah, you're really not avoiding a good batter in this stretch.
Definitely not. So Bischoff takes the first two outside. 2-0 count. That one swung on, bounced to short. Second. First, inside. No! My goodness, it looks like Naylor had it before that step.
The intentional walk almost worked there perfectly. Really good job by Blazak to field that one. The turn, the throw, it was really close. Bang, bang play. Just unlucky it didn't go the Yellow Jackets' way.
My goodness, what a... You said it earlier, it's a game of inches, and it was in that moment for sure. First pitch, swung on. That's going to get in the go-ahead run. A.J. Cortez with maybe the biggest RBI of this game. Just gave Western Oregon the lead here in the top of the 15th.
Yeah, broke up a stretch of 5 scoreless innings there. You know, somebody's probably been due for an RBI hit at this stretch of the game. We've had a lot of really well-hit balls that have just been inches outside the line, and good job there to come up with the clutch hit for Cortez.
Absolutely. And again, going back to that double play, again, that game of inches opens up the possibility for that to even happen.
Right, and it's a tough break, but the Yellow Jackets still have a really good opportunity here to turn around and tie the game back up or, you know, take it.
Sure. Certainly not over. Wayment going to stay in. Need to get one more inning, get out of here with minimal damage. Next up, it's John Olson. He's 3 for 6. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike one.
We'll see what Olson can do here. A trio of singles today, but all you got to do is get a single to score one, and a 2-run lead would be huge.
Absolutely. A little insurance. Quickly into an 0-2 hole here. That one just missed that outside edge.
Another close one. I mean, Wayment was on his way back to the dugout. He thought it was strike 3.
That was mighty close. That one fouled off. So the count will stick at 1-2. Runners on the corners for the Wolves with 2 out here in the top of the 15th. And the 1-2 misses high. May checking on the runners.
With that one now, I believe both the Yellow Jackets pitchers is in this one. Both Betancourt and Wayman are north of 100 pitches.
Absolutely incredible.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find the last time a team had 2 pitchers go over 100 in the same game.
Great play by Bledgy to come up with that to first. Got him. So the Wolves push across 1 here in the top of the 15th. The Jackets with a little bit of work to do. Want to get this thing even or get out of here. They need 1 or 2. Off we go, bottom of the 15th. The Yellow Jackets need at least 1 to keep this thing going, and there's a new pitcher to greet them. It'll be Devin Bell. He'll work to Peyton Flynn out of the leadoff spot. Flynn's 3 for 6 this afternoon.
Yeah, Bryce Bond, kind of the main shutdown guy who we've already seen for the Wolves, but Devin Bell not too far behind him. Got a 3.46 ERA, making his 16th appearance of the year right now.
That one swung on. That's going to get in the gap. So, leadoff single here for Flynn in the bottom of the 15th. And that'll bring up Ryan Jeffrey. 2 for 7 this afternoon.
Ryan Jeffrey right here is the 136th batter we've seen in this game.
My goodness.
This next pitch will be the 468th thrown in the game.
Absolute marathon. And laying down the bunt. Didn't get down clean.
Jeffrey 2 for 7 now, but he's had the big hit in this one. Got 1 RBI. But looking to advance the runner might be smart here.
And pulling that one back for ball 1. I would agree. I mean, you don't want to risk getting into a double play here.
Absolutely not. It's the worst case scenario. Moving the guy to scoring position would be huge.
And that time he gets it down. It's down the third baseline. May leg it out. Throw beat him by a step. In the meantime, Flynn's up to second.
We'll get senior James Anderson up now to bat. 1 for 5 in the game. Has reached on a pair of walks.
Great vision from this guy.
Boy, I remember when he joined the Yellow Jackets, his first year, that first half of the year, he was a walk machine. He was on pace to, like, break the school record, but, like, double it for walks in a season.
Wow.
And then he just started getting hits.
It's not a bad consolation prize. I mean, if you're not going to get the record, start getting some hits. And watches these first two. 2-0 count. I think the thing for Western Oregon that they're gonna have to test these batters though. The Jackets aren't gonna chase any junk.
There hasn't been a lot of chasing all day, and they've been forcing them to throw them pitches, and it worked early.
That one hits his own, strike 1.
But they've been doing a great job in extra innings here of really quieting down those bats.
They have.
Not a lot of good contact for the Yellow Jackets.
And that one in for strike 2.
Yeah, good pitch on the outside part of the plate. That's where Western Oregon's been having the most success, trying to limit these Yellow Jacket batters. It'll be interesting to see if they go back that way.
And we're going to get a pitch clock violation. So that'll run the count full.
Second pitch clock violation of the game. Both have been against the Wolves in extra innings. One came against Murdoch. This one coming against Bell.
And swung on, bounced foul. And checking on Flynn at second a couple times. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So, it's on to Berkeley Barnes. It all falls to him. Get a hit, get a walk, keep this thing going.
That's kind of your approach at this point. You don't really care how you keep the game going as long as you keep it alive for the next guy up to get
Swings
on.
at the first one he sees, up with it at third, on to first in time. That is going to do it. The Jackets fall in extra innings by a final score of 9-8.
Phenomenal effort by both teams. This is one of the longest games, possibly the longest game in Yellow Jacket history. I think it just missed it by an out. But great job by Western Oregon, who trailed by 5 coming into the 9th inning of the game to even things up, outlast a Yellow Jacket squad that hit really well in the opening stages and come away with the win.
That was a team that never said die and battled all the way through. I mean, can't say enough about the job that Betancourt and Weymouth did on the hill, especially Weymouth coming in a really tough situation to lock it down, and just a routine shallow outfield hit ends up pushing across the winning run. Unfortunate for the Yellow Jackets, but what a battle.
This is kind of one of those games where it's just unfortunate that one team has to lose. Both teams fight really hard, a lot of great plays, some great standout performers, and it's just unfortunate at the end of the day that the Yellow Jackets are the ones to go down.
They worked so hard. You're right, unfortunately it's the Yellow Jackets that fall in this one, but more baseball coming around the corner. Game 2 likely going to get underway a little bit past the top of the hour. And, of course, doubleheader tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still a lot of really exciting baseball to be played. We'll finish things off here after, boy, everybody might need to take a little nap. This one went so long. And then tomorrow, obviously, with Senior Day, recognizing the guys who have made such a huge impact in this Yellow Jacket program and wrapping up the season.
Absolutely. Well, we'll kick off Game 2 here shortly. Join us just about past the top of the hour. Welcome to Dealer Park, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Western Oregon Wolves and the home team MSUB Yellow Jackets. Wolves took the first one by a final score of 9-8 in 15 innings. As we get set for Game 2, starting lineup for the Yellow Jackets looks like this. Bo Burnett gets the start on the hill. Catcher is going to be Nathan May. On first, it's James Anderson. Second baseman is Cole Ayala. On third, it's Parker Bledgy. The shortstop is Zach Blazak. Left fielder's Peyton Flynn. Center field's Ryan Jeffrey. And Berkeley Barnes in right. Logan, Bo Burnett has put together some strong performances this season, especially their last home series. He was fantastic in relief.
You're right, Travis. Bo's been a newcomer guy in his first year in the program who's really kind of taken a hold of a nice sort of swing spot, kind of. He's been able to do a lot for the Jackets. 10 appearances, 2 starts, 4-1 record. You know, about 30 innings of work, and it's just nice to be able to have a lot of guys that have that flexibility. Somebody that can, you know, come into a starter's role and start the game and give you a quality appearance, but also come in and fill a couple innings like late in the game. So a guy like Bo who has that flexibility is just a huge addition to the MSUB arsenal.
And first pitch, we are underway here at Dealer Park. Burnett working to Curran Mitzel.
Mitzel was 3 for 6 in the last game, an absolute marathon here, over 4 hours long. Wolves took that one 9-8.
Looking at the game sheet, final official game time was 4.5 hours.
It felt somehow longer. I've never been a part of a game that long before, and it was very, very cool, but it's also kind of exhausting in a way.
It really was, especially when that close. You're just...
Yeah, the atmosphere was good. Intensity's high on both sides. I can't imagine. I'm saying I'm exhausted now. I can't imagine how the guys feel after 4.5 hours of baseball down there.
I would imagine they're gassed.
Well, you still got to power through, put together one more 7-inning game here.
Absolutely. And Mitzel's into a 2-2 count. And gets him swinging. That one's fouled off. Of course, all this today, and then 2 more tomorrow, too, as we wrap up senior weekend. It is graduation weekend here at MSUB as well.
Yeah, season wraps up tomorrow for the guys with a doubleheader, and then commencement Saturday.
That one's in the air, left center field, rather. Ryan Jeffrey has it.
No, you were right, right center field. You were right.
Pardon me, folks. First game was a little bit long.
I was saying, I don't think anybody is blaming you for after how long that first game was. Woo.
Old test taker strategy, right? First instinct is right.
Now Justin Herzog up. Herzog was the hero for the Wolves in that one. Sent it to extras with a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 9th. Or top of the 9th, rather.
And quickly into a 1-1 count. You're right. That last game from the 9th inning, I mean, you could have convinced me it was 4 hours long.
And it was just why, I mean, it almost was, you're exactly, it was almost 2 different games.
It really was.
Split into 2, but it was just a very different first half to second half. The first half, the Yellow Jackets' bats were not exploding, but it was really consistent offense throughout most of the game. Then the Nighthawks come back and get it, and that extra innings was just zeros across the board until the Wolves put up one in the 15th.
And an error here over on first. The throw to Anderson went wide. So Herzog's going to be aboard on the error with 1 gone.
I say Nighthawks. We're also looking around the GNAC following Central Washington and Northwest Nazarene, who Central Washington just locked up that 3rd seed for the GNAC championships here next week. And that game started 2 hours after ours did, and they're just starting their second game as well. Shows you exactly how long our game really ran.
Right on time for both teams, I guess, or both games. So now with one gone here in the top of the first, Owen Bischoff at the dish. And first one in there, strike one.
Bischoff, another guy who really stood out last game. I feel like we said his name a ton on both sides because he had a great game hitting, but he also was really good in center field.
I absolutely, and I would argue he was better in center field. And it may just be because I keep going back to that diving catch he made. I can't remember even what inning it was. It was somewhere maybe around the 7th.
Yeah, it was a lifetime ago. Yeah, but that one was obviously the highlight, but just did a lot of really smart, great. Had the throw out in center where he gunned the guy running to third. I think James Anderson, he gunned out at third, and that was just a couple of really good heads-up plays.
Shoot, without a couple of those plays, that game may have ended differently without those two plays we highlighted there.
Looking at this one so far, obviously 0-2 count. Bo Burnett's done a really good job early at hitting the zone. That one was his 11th pitch, but he's thrown 7 strikes in the early going out of those.
That's something he has done well throughout the season. He throws a lot of strikes. And especially the last home outing he had, did a really great job getting ahead in the count.
Yeah,
that one's fouled off. Heads up over there.
In now 30 innings of work, just 10 walks, 26 strikeouts. Pretty solid looking whip.
And now a 1-2 count to Bischoff. One gone, runner on first for the Wolves here in the top of the first. That one missed high, 2-2. Arms each over 100 pitches. The Wolves elected to spread it out over, I believe, 6 different pitchers or 7.
7 different pitchers. But yeah, Dylan Chalmers is one of the top pitchers in the GNAC and the region. Jackets did a great job kind of chasing him early, doing a lot of that damage, but after Yuzo Ishioka took over, they only scored 1 run the rest of the game.
That's crazy. I mean, it was such a good start, and you're right. I mean, getting off to such a great start to Chase Chalmers, who hadn't given up more than 4 runs since his first start of the season. Obviously, the Jackets hanging up 7 on him. It looked like a great start.
Yeah, it's crazy to think right here is we're looking out is this is a really deep, not just bullpen, but rotation for Western Oregon. Arturo Alvarez on the mound here, just an incredible arm in his own right as well.
Absolutely. He leads the GNAC in strikeouts. I believe he's hovering right around 50 for the season. Elsewhere in the field for the Wolves, obviously Alvarez getting the start on the mound. Behind the dish, it'll be Colin Irwin. First base is John Olson. Second base, Zach Valdez. Third base is Emiliano Alacrone. At shortstop, Justin Herzog. Left fielders, Curran Mitzel. Center field is Owen Bischoff. And out there in right, it is Randy Stoltz.
Kind of a revamped look for the Jackets lineup here. A lot of guys kind of just moving up and down a little bit from where they were game before. It's James Anderson hitting leadoff. He was the 7-hitter last game.
Absolutely. He shifted from DH to first as well. Little switcheroo with Naylor. And Anderson set to go out of the leadoff spot, bottom of the first. First pitch, pass ball.
Anderson's hitting 224 on the year now after last game. Still a guy that's pretty solid at getting on base. Pretty good walk ratio. He's got 13 walks to 19 strikeouts, so certainly a guy with pretty good vision.
Absolutely. I mean, that was something we highlighted for the entire team for all of last game. They were fantastic at the plate.
Yeah, Yellow Jackets did a great job of kind of waiting, finding their pitch, forcing these long at-bats. It'll be interesting to see if their approach is similar this game.
And Anderson's swing goes left and caught for outs number 1. And that'll bring up Zach Blazak. Found a way on base a handful of times last game. Swiped a couple bases while he was out there.
Yeah, 3 steals in the last game. Tied a handful of guys for second all-time for the Yellow Jackets. Really impressive, not just his ability to get on. He had 2 hits and 3 walks in the game, but also just his aggressiveness on the base paths.
Absolutely. Swiping second and third in back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, raised the season average up a little bit, hitting 341 now through 47 games. Gets on base 43% of the time, and now is still a perfect 13 for 13. So when he moves, it's always successful.
And watches ball too. I think that speaks well to not only his speed, but his baseball IQ. I mean, he picks his spots, and it always works for him.
Yeah, because, I mean, so much goes into stealing bases besides just being fast, too. There's, the anticipation and timing and your ability to get off and just sliding even is.
And speaking of, on base again here with a single into center.
Some things don't change. We might not go 15 innings this game, but Zach Blazak's going to keep getting on base.
You might be able to set your watch to Blazak getting on base. And that's going to bring up Jack Naylor. Hitting over 400 on the season.
Yeah, one of the top contact bats in the GNAC, Jack Naylor. Called him Zach Naylor. Zach, their names are real close, but Jack's not just a great hitter, but he's just an even better fielder.
And as he bounces one to second, they'll take the fielder's choice at first. Good speed there. I think wanted to turn to second, but wouldn't have time to do it.
Yeah, that's another thing with the base running, too, for Blazak. Isn't just that he steals bases, but the ability to kind of, get into second quick and prevent a double play ball there, keep the inning alive with 2 outs here.
Yes. And that'll bring up Peyton Flynn, the long ball threat. Swinging on that one. Now he sits second all-time in the Jacket record books for home runs.
Yeah, hit the home run last game. It went off the scoreboard. If that wasn't there, I mean, that would have gone another 20, 30 feet. Had another near miss to the opposite field last game, too.
Absolutely. That one to center, I still think without the wind, probably would have gotten over the wall.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big park, but it's a nice park to hit in. The nice batter's eye. I mean, he was probably 2-3 feet short of a home run.
Yeah, mighty close, mighty close. Currently sitting in an 0-2 count. And takes that one outside for ball 1. Runner on second base, 2 out here in the bottom of the first. No score. Seems like a rarity for these GNAC games. No score in the first inning.
Yeah, definitely a lot of really solid offenses just throughout the conference, and nobody wastes any time getting started.
And watches another one outside for ball 2. Good eyes there. Flynn on the season kicking along at .337.
And he's certainly an anomaly in this Yellow Jacket lineup, where he tends to be a more aggressive hitter. You see him get down early and he'll battle his way back sometimes, but
Absolutely did not like the call there. That was right on that outside edge. Maybe a 50-50 call there.
yeah, great pitch there by Alvarez, who, as we mentioned, one of the top strikeout guys in the conference, and really proved it that inning. Some really nice pitches.
Absolutely knows how to paint a corner for sure. With that, we're going to step aside. We'll head off to the top of the second. John Olson has the leadoff. Set to go here in the top of the second from Dealer Park. John Olson has the leadoff for the Wolves. First pitch from Burnett hits the dirt. Ball 1.
Olson, another one of those guys who had multiple hits in the last game, 3 for 7. Obviously, everybody had so many chances, but all of them singles. Was just doing a great job of making solid contact and getting on.
Definitely. Nice work there. Long throw. Got him in time. Last game was a bad game to have a tough day at the dish, for sure. A lot of at-bats for everybody.
Yeah, and in some ways, you got to be just so thankful to get that many reps in and have a lot of chances. And, some guys really did end up with those 3, multi-hit, 3, 4-hit games and, showing their best out there.
And now it'll be Randy Stoltz. That one just missed off the inside edge.
Yeah, Stoltz, one of the few guys that ended up hitless last game. Had a couple of really well-hit balls out to the outfield, but just wasn't able to get them to land.
I have no idea how that one to left field did not stay fair. By a razor's edge, that thing went foul. Now here into a 1-1 count. Swinging, that one's foul back. 1-2. That one swung on again, looped foul.
Stoltz has pretty good power. He's in a tie for second now with John Olson for home runs this season for the Wolves. 16 RBIs.
And that one missing high. Not by much for ball 2.
Most impressive thing, too, is he's racked up those numbers in just over now 70 at-bats on the year. So a really good amount of statistics with just a small sample size.
And that one finds its way down in left field. He's turning for 2. And he'll be there safely. So a 1-out double for Randy Stoltz. Breaks the 0 in the hit column for the day.
Yeah, reminiscent. We talked about that left field corner, and he had the one in game 1 that went just foul. That one stayed fair. Good swing on it. Turned it, sent it to the corner, and made it to second.
And now it's the catcher, Colin Irwin. Swinging on the first one he sees, fouled off. Little old school, not wearing any batting gloves. Not something you see every day anymore. And now the 0-1 count. That one finds, no, that one missed. 4 ball 2. Couldn't tell if that was ball 2 or strike 1. Didn't get a clear sign. Pitch clock running down. He'll step off. I believe it was strike 1. Checking on the runner at second. The delivery's fouled back. Count moves to 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch. In there for strike 3. Got him looking. Irwin down on strikes. Burnett with his second punch out of the game.
Yeah, Burnett's got really good stuff, and he's showing it so far. He's getting guys swinging and looking. Just his ability to not just hit the zone, but also kind of fool those batters and make them swing.
He's been strong here early on. Next up, it's Emiliano Alacoron. First pitch fouled off, back behind first.
I don't know if there's a way to have a sneaky 3-hit game, but he was 3 for 7 last game.
He
Kind of
did
flew under the radar.
He did some damage out of that 8 spot.
Played some really solid defense at third, too.
He made some huge plays over there. There were a lot of hard grounders and just hard liners over there that didn't get through. He was great at third.
The entire infield was really active all game, but especially that short third gap. And yeah, stepped up, made some big plays.
Now into an 0-2 count here with 2 gone. Runner on second base. Top second inning. And that one just rolling foul behind third. And the 0-2 pitch will do it again. That one fouled back. That one over behind first. Going to find the concourse. That one swung on in the air left field. Flynn has it for out number 3. So the one hit for the Wolves here in the top of the second. No runs across. Off to the bottom half we go. Ryan Jeffrey has the leadoff. And we're set to go here in the bottom of the second. Ryan Jeffrey has the leadoff for the Yellow Jackets. First pitch, outside edge for strike 1.
2 for 7 last game, Jeffrey. He's another one of those guys that had trouble with the left field line. Kind of sent an opposite field one out there that would have at least sent him 2, probably put a runner on third, but just foul.
And next one fouled back so quickly. 0-2.
Jeffrey now 320 on the year. Starting his 44th game after taking over the center field role this year.
That one bounced to short. On to first in time. Leadoff man retired. And next up, it'll be Nathan May. Came on in relief last game as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, usually you'll see May start the second half of games with Scott Archer starting the first. It's even more impressive. It feels like he almost caught a full game and now is catching a second one right in a row.
It's a lot of work. Is there any... I wonder if there's a method for Coach Waddups behind that, just keeping guys a little fresher back there?
Well, catcher is one of the more demanding positions on the field with having to crouch back there the whole game. And, boy, you saw May, even in those final innings, how many plays he had to make, just dropping in and, catching one, making sure no passed balls, wild pitches. He's a pretty good athlete, but that amount of doing that, it's got to wear on you a little bit.
A lot of work. I know from the knees perspective, if I hit that crouch like more than once, I would just be done.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I think catcher's got to be one of the most demanding positions in sports, let alone baseball.
And that one's inside. Counts 3-1. Swinging on that one straight back over the backstop.
I feel like you say this about most Yellow Jacket hitters, but Nate May, another guy hitting north of 300 this year.
It's amazing, this team, when you look at where they stack up against other GNAC teams. As a team, as a whole, the Yellow Jackets are second or first in every major offensive category.
Yeah, it's a testament to how good Coach Waddups and his staff have been at not just bringing in really talented hitters, but kind of developing guys and helping them catch that next level.
And swinging on that one, that's in the air, shallow right. And Stoltz is on the move, but he has it for out number 2. And next up, it'll be Berkeley Barnes.
Burke's another guy.
Nice. Right up the middle. Laser.
Cutting off my compliment there. I was going to say, Burke's another guy similar to Ryan Jeffrey who's really done a great job establishing himself in the outfield this year. A couple of seniors leaving there left some openings, but he definitely took a hold of that opportunity and took a hold of the opportunity there with that at-bat. Nice single up the middle.
Good work there. Hits have been hard to come by in this early stage of the game. And here's another one we saw pinch hit last game, Cole Ayala.
Yeah, true freshman Ayala hitting 234 on the year, 4 home runs, 7 RBIs. Had a lot of success early in the year, kind of getting deployed as a pinch hitter, and nice to see the young guy get some ABs in a game like this.
Now quickly into a 1-1 count. He's got a runner on first, 2 gone. And that one inside, got a swing on it. Slowly to second, tossed to first in time for out number 3. So the Jackets still with the donut on the scoreboard. 1 hit, no runs across here in the second. Off to the top of the third, Zach Valdez working out of the 9 spot. Set to go here in the top of the third. Zach Valdez out of the 9 spot has the leadoff responsibilities for the Wolves.
Yeah, Valdez, another guy, 0 for 3 last game. It's a rarity that nobody had a hit in that one, but played some really solid defense up the middle. Helped turn a couple of huge double plays that really swung the game wide open.
And second pitch fouled back, so quickly into an 0-2 count. And that one on the ground. Right to Anderson in time for the first out.
A little bit of an awkward throw there. Ayala almost kind of took Anderson off the bag, but good job by the senior kind of, extending, keeping that foot on there while making the catch.
And first pitch to Mitzel misses outside. Mitzel is 0 for 1 so far. And swing and a miss, strike one. And next one misses low, maybe a bit inside, ball 2.
Really the first time all game we've seen Bo Burnett really fall behind in a count.
And next one outside, ball 3. And for that matter, I mean, it's pretty similar to what Betancourt did in his start in game 1.
Yeah, the Jackets pitchers we've seen today so far have really followed the same game plan, which is attack the zone, and it's really paid off.
And that one lines out to center field. Jeffrey has it for the second out. And next up, it's Justin Herzog. Played the role of hero, so A.J. Cortez could play the role of hero in extra innings. He knotted it with a 3-run homer in the top of the 9th. First pitch, running foul past the left field line.
Yeah, what stood out for Herzog in each of his at-bats has really been his approach. He's been aggressive in the early goings of game 1, but that kind of morphed into patience as the day's gone on, and it paid off for him big time late.
We did see that quite a bit early in the last game, and not so much here so far. The Wolves being very aggressive, a lot of first pitch swings. I think it was either the 3rd or the 4th for Betancourt. He was up and down in about 2 minutes.
We had an inning there that felt like it took just, that minute. It was about the quickest inning I've ever been a part of. Felt like we muted the mics just as quick as we unmuted them.
And now a 2-2 count for Herzog. Swinging, that one's high in the air. Out in right field. Left field, rather. Right field. Making the catch for out number 3. And we'll head off. Bottom of the 3rd. Still nothing across for either team through 2.5. Parker Bledgy has the leadoff. Back here at Dealer Park for the bottom of the third. Parker Bledgy setting to lead off out of the 9 spot for the Yellow Jackets. On the season, he's hitting .267.
Did have an RBI in the last game for the Jackets, Bledgy, but 0 for 5. Had a really important sack bunt, though. Guys like Bledgy are really what make teams special. You know, somebody that'll just do whatever it takes to win and battling hard, good approach.
A real team first kind of player right there.
This Jackets 9-hitter hitting now. James Anderson will lead off next. But Arturo Alvarez has done a great job moving through this Yellow Jacket lineup first time around.
And that'll miss outside. And Bledgy with a 1-1 count. Yeah, that's in there for strike 2. And the 1-2 goes high. That'll even it up at 2-2. And that one ran in. Bledgy got a hold of it into the left field for a leadoff single.
Good hit there by Bledgy, poking that one through. Herzog had a shot at it, diving, but just past the glove. Good start for the Jackets to put the leadoff runner on here.
First time today, leadoff hitter aboard for the Yellow Jackets, or either team for that matter.
Yeah, it's been a very opposite game from the first one where the offenses were out early.
Anderson nearly took one there, had to duck.
Yeah, definitely been a slower start with the bats to game 2 here today.
And next one catches the inside edge for strike 1. So working early here in this one to establish that inside edge of the plate. Another one on the ground, gets through again into left field. Similar look on the breaking ball.
Similar hit, too.
Absolutely.
Just maybe a couple of feet to the left of where Bledgy's single was.
So back-to-back hits here for the Yellow Jackets to start the third. And next up, it's Zach Blazak.
Real opportunity to inflict some damage here for Blazak, who's done a great job of getting on base all day. Could potentially load him up or even drive 1 or 2 in here.
Certainly is 1 for 1 so far in this second half of the doubleheader. And squaring to bunt, pulled it back. 2-0. Get another ground ball into left field. That'll be enough to plate Bledgy from second in all likelihood.
Certainly not shifting on him. Center fielder's playing pretty upright. The shortstop knows that Blazak is capable of hitting
And throw back
opposite.
to second. Took a bounce. Bledgy back in time.
It's one of the small things that's nice about having a guy that's able to drive the ball opposite field is you can't play Blazak with an extreme shift, which almost pulls that shortstop away from the bag.
And the 3-0, he takes it for strike one. And got the bunt down that time. Nice roller. He's going to beat out the throw at first.
Tough play there for the Wolves. I think Alvarez and Alarcon kind of miscommunicated. Neither of them knew who was going to go for that one. And in the confusion, it loads up the bases.
Jackets' slow start looked to be coming to life here after just 2 hits through 2 innings. 3 hits to load the bases, none gone here in the bottom of the third.
If you want anybody up with the bases loaded for the Jackets, just looking to simply put the ball in play, Jack Naylor might be the best bet in this entire lineup.
I would agree. Strong average on the season. That one's in the air, shallow center. Backing up as a second baseman. He'll have it for out number 1.
A strong jinx by us there.
Absolutely. And next up, it'll be Peyton Flynn.
You always feel bad after those where you kind of jinx a guy. You almost want to like apologize to him and be like, hey, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. You got to believe, if we hadn't said anything like that, he would have doubled that to right field. And Flynn yanks that one down foul down the right field line.
But you watch Flynn swing, he maybe has just the most powerful swing I've ever seen in terms of just how strong it looks and how quick the bat moves.
He swings extremely hard. And swing and a miss for strike 2. Certainly the opposite of a golf swing. There's no letting the bat do the work here.
No, but it just looks so fluid and smooth is the impressive thing.
Yeah. Well, he put one over the wall back in game 1. That one's outside. They're not going to test it from third. Bludgy's going to stay put.
Smart call there and a good block by Irwin behind the plate to keep that one in front of him. Obviously, anything that goes much further back, you'd assume would be a run for the Yellow Jackets. So,
absolutely. It looked like he got enough of that to keep it close. And just got a piece there, did Flynn. So 1-2 count to Flynn. Bases juiced. 1 gone here in the bottom of the third. That one's outside. Ball 2.
Alvarez setting up on the outside the last couple of pitches, trying to make Flynn chase. But as much as we say that Peyton has an aggressive approach to the plate, which he does, he's really good at not taking that third strike.
Aggressive, but wisely aggressive. And that one started in and dropped by Irwin at the plate. So Bledgy's going to score. Alvarez looks to be in a little bit of discomfort.
I think he might have planted weird kind of after the throw. Definitely doesn't look like that felt very good.
Definitely was turning in the air to make that throw. Trying to keep the runner from crossing the plate.
And you just hope that he's okay. He's a really important pitcher for this Wolves rotation. Guy that you can trust to take that game 2 and usually goes pretty close to the distance. Kind of about 5 to 6 innings typically in a 7-inning game, but he's got somewhere he started that game 1 and has gone the full 8 or 9.
Big part of this pitching staff, without a doubt. Training staff out to tend to him right now. And of course, we highlighted back in game 1. I mean, this Western Oregon team already knows they're going to be here in the GNAC Championship next week, but they're still playing for a spot moving up the regional rankings as well. So Alvarez, whether or not he's in, could make a big difference for them.
You know, it's hard enough as is for a GNAC team to try to make that push, and especially with there being just 5 teams in the conference, you see more of everybody in conference, but you get less, or it makes those regional games just all the more important where you go out and you play those other West Coast schools. But losing a guy like Alvarez would just be tough.
He's got great command of the zone, really works the edges well. There's a reason he has so many strikeouts. There's a reason he leads this conference in strikeouts.
Yeah, he's got some of the best swing and miss stuff, but part of the reason that works so well is he's able to get ahead in those counts and throw strikes in the zone.
And unfortunately, that looks like it is going to be it for Alvarez. Getting some help off the field here. So the Wolves are going to get a new pitcher in, and we will step aside while they warm up. And it looks like the new pitcher for Western Oregon is going to be Devin Fry.
Not a ton of appearances for Fry, but pretty good numbers in the games he's appeared in so far. The 2.25 ERA, whip sitting at .25, but this just being his 4th appearance on the year.
4th appearance, looks like 4 total innings to this point. On in relief, certainly a lot sooner than most would have thought given the start that Alvarez had.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see a guy like Alvarez go down in general, but combined with just how good a start he was having on the mound for the Wolves, and also throwing 6 pitchers in that first game of the day today, you're going to really see this bullpen potentially get taxed, especially as the series moves on.
And just to recap, Peyton Flynn reached base on the error on the throw to the plate to try to take down Parker Bledgy. Bledgy did score on the exchange, so the Jackets with that 1-0 lead. Bases remain loaded with Ryan Jeffrey up to bat.
Still just 1 out in the inning, too, and you got a couple of guys coming up here who are more than capable of extra base hits. This is a big opportunity for the Yellow Jackets to try to grow that lead and revenge that loss on Game 1.
Absolutely. Chance to jump on a new pitcher coming into a less than ideal situation. Jeffrey's 0 for 1 this afternoon. In this second half, I should say, rather. And swinging on the first pitch, miss for strike one. And squaring to bunt. Looks like it hit him, so that's going to score Anderson from third. Bases again will stay loaded. Jeffrey on first. Flynn on second. And Blazak on third.
Yeah, Devin Fry was absolutely not warming up in the bullpen before he was forced to enter, especially with the Alvarez was throwing. So that control here as he kind of just warms up the arm might be something that becomes a huge factor in this one.
Certainly, it looked like as soon as the staff was out to tend to Alvarez, you could see Fry getting hurried up into the bullpen to try to get him going.
And that's always just an unfortunate situation to stick a guy in. You just kind of got to get as many throws as you can before getting out there and facing live batting.
Absolutely, and a double play there is going to get him out of a dangerous spot. One run across for Fry, not earned on his part. So that'll do it for three. The Jackets push across two here in the bottom half. Off to the top of the fourth we go. Owen Bischoff has the lead. Just about set to go here in the top of the fourth. Yellow Jackets now protecting a 2-0 lead. Burnett back for his fourth inning of work. Solid outing by him to this point, just one hit allowed.
Yeah, and compared to the first game today, this one's really flown by. Where it felt like that one took like a whole year. This one, I think we're less than an hour in, maybe just a little over.
I think you're right. Just about an hour in. Swing and a miss for strike one for Bischoff. He's 0 for 1 in this one. And next one catches the outside edge. Strike two.
There's Burnett continuing to attack the strike zone. Over 50 pitches now, but 37 strikes at a 51 pitches is a pretty good percentage.
And that one's going to miss. Ball one. Swung on in the air right field. Going back, has it for the first out. That's Berkeley Barnes out there in right field. And next up, it'll be A.J. Cortez, Game 1 hero. Pushed across that 9th run for the Wolves. First pitch in there for strike 1.
Decent at bat for Cortez's first time up. His heroics in late Game 1 were big, and it might be crucial for the Wolves to get some late offense too in this game as well if it keeps trending the way it is now.
Absolutely. Burnett's been really strong, and we said the same thing about Betancourt in Game 1.
Yeah, the Yellow Jackets have been really lucky today to have their pitchers not just pitch effectively, but be able to pitch for a long time.
Terrible bounce for the Yellow Jackets down the third base line, off the bag. And Cortez is into second standing, 1-out double.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate deal there where that one hits off the bag. What could have been an easy ground out ends up turning into a double. Sent it foul.
And now it'll be John Olson, 0 for 1 as well in this one. First pitch, misses high for ball 1.
Olsen definitely a guy to keep your eye on, especially with runners in scoring position. He's the Wolves' leader in RBIs on the year with 30. So certainly does a good job of getting hits when he's got an opportunity to drive a run in.
Next pitch, that's a good one, outside edge for strike 1. And pitch clock getting low. Get a reset. And the 1-1. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Another good count for Burnett.
Yeah, he's been really successful in this one, and a huge part of that has been his ability to get ahead. Kind of gives him the opportunity to try to throw some stuff and get some guys to chase, not having to worry about walking a guy.
And got that one off just ahead of the clock. Missed high for ball 2. And the 2-2, that one's high, shallow center. And Blazak has it for the second out. So after the double, Burnett's able to retire the next one. Now looking to put away Randy Stoltz for out number 3. He is 1 for 1. Swinging on the first one he sees. That one's tapped down the third baseline. Burnett not going to make the throw. Stoltz, nice work to leg that one out for the single.
Smart decision to kind of hold on to that one from Burnett, too. You'd hate to see, the last thing you want to see, try to rush it, end up making a bad throw to first and potentially letting the run cross home.
Absolutely. That was one maybe you'd like to have back, just the infield single, but that's a good call not to throw that one.
And those are always hard to take, too, as a pitcher. I feel like you execute so well, force poor contact, and it just bounces in the worst possible way.
Absolutely. But coming back right here, another strike one. Colin Irwin is 0 for 1 in this game. Checking over to first.
Burnett been effective in the early stages of this game, but his pitch count is starting to climb up there. We're getting close to that 70 pitch mark. We'll see how much deeper than that he goes.
Next one missed inside, ball one. Checking over to first again, back safely. Stoltz once again.
The longest recorded outing for Burnett this year so far was 2 weeks ago at Northwest Nazarene. Went 5 1/3 through 73 pitches.
That one's in there, strike two. Given his count, 5 1/3 feels a little lofty at this point.
I think you'll see him get through at least 4.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't make it through the next inning.
Swing and a miss for strike three. So Burnett, another strikeout to retire the side. Another 0 on the scoreboard for the Wolves. We head off to the bottom of the fourth. Berkeley Barnes will have the leadoff. Here we go, bottom of the fourth at Dealer Park. Burke Barnes has the leadoff. His Yellow Jackets lead 2-0.
Definitely shaping up to be a low-scoring battle in this one. Bo Burnett, really effective for the Yellow Jackets on the mound. Arturo Alvarez off to a really good start for Western Oregon until he was forced to leave injured.
And second pitch misses outside, ball one. Next one in the dirt.
I thought Devin Fry did a great job last inning getting forced to come in. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare. Did a really good job to get out of a tough jam, bases loaded, force the double play.
Absolutely. With one gone, that could have been disastrous, and he came out of it extremely well. So now to a 3-1 count to Barnes. That one misses outside, ball four. So Barnes will take first on the leadoff walk. And next up, it'll be Cole Ayala. 0 for 1 in this one. First pitch. Again, a little bit low for ball one. Irwin keeping it in front of him, so no harm. check back to first. Barnes back safely.
Really good, quick move there. Barely set on the mound, kind of caught the runner on first, Barnes, before he could really almost make a move to go back. He was still heading out on his lead.
And now going to be out for a chat. Just a little bit of trouble with control here, which may be to be expected, being forced in a hurry like that. And after a chance to talk it over, back to work again. A pick over to first. Barnes back safely. Probably some good quick turn to get that to first. And Barnes is going for two. Swing. That one's bounced foul.
Tough break there. Barnes had a good jump. I think if that one caught the catcher's mitt and forced a throw, he might have been safe at second.
I think so. Barnes, he had a good jump, and he was turning. And picking over again. And 2-1 in the dirt, ball 3.
Another really good block by Irwin, who's already had to make a number of them in this game so far.
Going again, Barnes. That one swung on. That'll get down in left field. Barnes turning for 3. He'll stop. So the Jackets with runners on the corners. Good swing, good hit there from Cole Ayala.
Perfectly executed hit and run.
And next up, it'll be Parker Bledgy. Started the rally for the Jackets back in the third. First of 3 consecutive hits.
Yeah, just 1 for 1. Had the opening run and the 2-run third to help the Jackets get the scoring started. Comes up here in a good spot with runners on the corner and nobody out.
Good chance to add to that RBI total right here. Watch ball 1 high. And next one catches the outside edge for strike 1. And squaring to bunt. Throw back to first. Tag is down in time. So they catch Cole Ayala leaning for the first out.
Yeah, good throw over there. Heads up play by Western Oregon to recognize that Ayala was too far off the bag and to throw him out.
And got him swinging for strike 2. Strike 3, rather. My apologies. So Bledgy, the second out of the inning on Devin Fry's first strikeout.
And that shows you how the momentum can turn just like that. And 2 plays, the Yellow Jackets go from nobody out and runners on the corner to 2 outs.
And first pitch to Anderson just missed the outside, ball 1. Could be a momentum killer there for the Jackets a bit. You go from feeling like, okay, they should score here to now maybe they won't. Sacrifice play isn't an option.
Yeah, and you'd have thought before that a ball in play might have scored the runner from third, but now it just gets a little more difficult to get that additional run across.
A little more complicated. All the belief that James Anderson can push this one in, and that one bounced behind the plate.
I think he might have caught a slight piece of that.
Looks like probably a fortunate bounce. I mean, if that stays fair there, that's an easy throw out to first. Next one, misses for ball 3. And 3-1, swung on, hard foul.
Just a little late on it, but great contact by Anderson. We saw that was the kind of pitch he swung at the first time, too. It's definitely what he's been looking for, this AB.
And that one's down for ball 4. Felt like we said it 100 times in game 1, but again, patience pays off for the Yellow Jackets at the plate. Once again, runners at the corners.
Yeah, Yellow Jackets drew 8 walks in that game. Definitely was a big boost for them in helping get guys on base. Starting to look somewhat similar for them in this one. They've drawn 2 walks, but both of them have come in the last couple of innings.
And now it'll be Zach Blazak watches ball 1. 2 for 2 so far in this second half.
Yeah, pair of singles. He's certainly swinging the hot bat right now.
And swinging, that one just got a piece of it. And Anderson turning for second. No throw. He's there in plenty of time.
Nice heads-up move by Anderson there to get moving. Put another runner in scoring position here with 2 outs.
It's a good job to realize the depth of the shortstop there, realizing there was almost no throw they could make.
A second steal of the season for him.
And the 2-1 to Blazak misses outside, ball 3.
Looks like some action in the Western Oregon bullpen.
That one swung on, might get down, will get down in center field. And that'll score 2 for the Yellow Jackets as Barnes and Anderson come around. Just like that, the Jackets double their lead here in the bottom of the 4th.
Shows you just how important a hitter like Blazak is in a lineup. He's not somebody that's going to be swinging for the fences every time, but just his ability to make solid contact, put the ball in play, find the gaps in the defense, came up big for him there and just plated 2 more runs.
Great work there. Next up, it'll be Jack Naylor. Question is, will it be Devin Fry that pitches to him? Doesn't look like it. And the Wolves will turn to their third arm of the game. It'll be Shane Bailey making his 17th appearance of the season.
It feels like just when you think Western Oregon doesn't have another great reliever sitting in the bullpen, they bring him out to pitch. Bailey's got a 3.20 ERA on the year, 117 whip, 1 save. So he's been a really effective option for them on the year coming out of the bullpen.
And through 19 2/3, struck out 9 batters. Sidearm delivery, not something you see a ton of. Hitters, some say they hate it. We're going to see what the Jackets can do with it. 2 gone. Blazak on first. And Jack Naylor making his third appearance. A rare offer for Naylor in the hit department.
Yeah, it's very rare that you look at a box score and you see a 0 next to Jack Naylor's name in the hit column.
Swinging on the first one he sees. That one's going to be foul. 8 or 9 rows up in the bleacher seats.
I mean, excellent point about Bailey's delivery. The sidearm, not a release point you see a lot of.
And that one swung on shallow center. And Bischoff's under that for out number 3. So the Jackets put across 2 more here in the bottom of the 4th. Western Oregon still trying to solve Bo Burnett. Emiliano Alarcon has the leadoff. Off we go, top of the 5th here at Dealer Park. Emiliano Alarcon has the leadoff. Bo Burnett back to the hill, protecting a 4-run lead.
Yeah, 66 pitches now Burnett is up to, but he's been really effective in his time out here. Only let up 2 hits. One of them was kind of an unlucky, 3 hits, but one of them was that unlucky bounce off the bag. Hasn't let up a lot of hard contact in this one.
Been solid so far. 2-0 count to Alarcon. Next one catches the outside edge, strike 1. Seen him do that a lot today. Start inside, then work back outside.
But certainly been working for him.
Next one misses for ball 3. And 3-1 swung on in the air to left. And that is going to get out of here. So Alarcon breaks the zeros for the the Wolves. Burnett was working on all zeros for 4 straight innings, broken apart here by Alarcon in the top of the 5th. Solo shot to lead off.
Yeah, Alarcon got a hold of that one. Nice drive to left field. It's unfortunate. It feels like that's really the first pitch Burnett's missed on all game, and it ends up out of the yard.
Absolutely. That one bounced to third. Bledgy, Anderson in time for out number one. So a quick recovery there.
Nice throw across the diamond from Bledgy. That's a hard throw to make. It's a long ways to go, and it's got to get there quick, and he executed it very well.
And next up, Curran Mitzel. First pitch, misses for ball one. Next one catches the outside edge, 1-1.
Mitzel now 0 for 2. Scratch that 1 for 3.
That one gets down in shallow center. Jeffrey going to play it on the roll.
Okay, you just need to stop talking this inning. I had that one. I said that Burnett hadn't given up hard contact, and the next thing you know, the next pitch was a home run. I think I just need to stop for a minute.
I think we're jinxing guys up here left and right. We got to stop saying how good they're doing. And first pitch to Herzog, catches the outside edge for strike one. You can see even after the dinger, though, I mean, Burnett hasn't deviated from his strategy. Pick over to first.
No,
back safely.
That's certainly an important part of being a pitcher is how you respond after, giving up that one-run home run. And to be able to come out here and hopefully limit the damage at that and navigate the rest of this inning effectively would be huge for Burnett.
Absolutely. Got to reboot the computer when mistakes happen or when things don't go your way, and it looks like he's done that here. And that one mighty close. Ball two. Runner on first for the Wolves. One out here in the top of the fifth. And swing and a miss for strike two. And that one fouled back. And another check over to first, back safely. And Burnett holding here. Still holding. And swinging and missing for strike three was Herzog. Looks like maybe a little gamesmanship there for Burnett. If I can't pick you off at first, I'm going to hold the ball and make you wait.
Yeah, good job by Burnett. We're talking about responding, and he's doing it right there. Felt like that could have been a crucial juncture in the game if the Jackets let a runner on base, but Burnett gets him swinging and missing.
Great work there. First pitch to Owen Bischoff. Misses for ball one. Another pick over to first. And swing and a miss for strike one. Now back into a 1-1 count. That one on the ground is short. That should get him out. Blazak. Anderson not quite in time. Anderson had to pull that one out of the dirt. Good wheels by Bischoff to leg that one out.
Yeah, it looked off the bat like it might be an easy out at either bag, but good hustling on the base by the Wolves. Thought the inning might be over, but instead, 2 runners on, 2 outs.
Certainly looked like maybe the roll was a little slow and that played in his favor, and then just throw was maybe just a touch low as well. And first pitch, outside, ball 1. That one in the air, right field. And Barnes under it. That'll do it. So, 1 across for the Wolves here in the top of the 5th on the solo shot from Alarcon. Jackets strand a couple on base. We head off to the bottom half. Peyton Flynn as a leadoff. Back here at Dealer Park, bottom of the 5th. Peyton Flynn has the leadoff. He's 0 for 2. First pitch, low for ball 1. Gotta say, for their dominance in game 1, this Heart of the Jackets lineup, it's changed a little bit with the lineup change, but mighty quiet here through game 2.
Yeah, really the damage has come from the 2 guys up top, with Anderson and Blazak each reaching 3 times. But it's been those contributions from guys lower in the order that have been really huge in this one for the Jackets.
Barnes and Bledgy certainly come to mind there. And after back-to-back balls, Flynn swinging a miss for strike 1. And that one, slow looper up to first. Caught for out number 1. And can't undersell what Cole Ayala did either, that line drive. Great hit and run there.
Yeah, you were almost wondering why he was swinging at that first time they tried to steal, and then it kind of all put it together once he executed the hit and run. That was definitely big, though. Helped the Jackets get a run on the board and advance a guy.
Absolutely. Now up, it's Ryan Jeffrey. 0 for 1 officially, but he's reached base.
Has an RBI as well.
And quickly into an 0-2 hole here for Jeffrey. That one fouled off. That one on the ground at first. Hard hop, toss to Bailey in time for the second out.
A good move by Olsen there to catch it. It did take that late hop, which could throw off a fielder, but he did a good job of kind of reacting to it there and not creating a tough play at first, but just executing a routine play.
And Nathan May swinging a miss for strike one. He's 0 for 2. That one in the air, shallow right field. Stoltz under it for out number 3. So the Jackets down in order here in the bottom of the 5th. Off to the 6th we go. John Olsen has the leadoff. Welcome back to Dealer Park as we get set to go here for the 6th. Brian Baker is going to take over on the hill for the Yellow Jackets. Strong outing for Bo Burnett, just 1 run allowed.
Yeah, Burnett finishes with the 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, just 1 earned run and 4 strikeouts. Did a really good job of attacking the zone just through the 26 balls. And kept the Wolves to 2 for 10 with runners on base.
Baker making his 14th appearance of the season, has 1 win and 3 total decisions.
Kind of a guy whose ERA is probably a little higher than it should be, but that's in part because he's been put in a lot of really tough spots with runners on early in innings, and so it might be a little inflated from it really should be.
Into a good spot here. Hopefully not a situation where he'll need to go down as a win. Ideally for the Yellow Jackets, this could go down as a save for Baker.
Yeah, after a guy like Bo comes in and puts out that good a start as he does, you really want to make sure he gets that W.
And that one catches the outside edge for strike 1. John Olsen in a 1-1 count. 0 for 2 so far. And swing and a miss for strike 2.
I think he thought it was strike 3.
That first pitch from Baker was really good. Started in, broke back out, just missed for ball 1 there. Threw such a good pitch on ball 1. I think you're right. Olsen was almost out of the box. Swinging on that one, bounce to second. Ayala Anderson in time for the first out.
Good scoop there by Anderson. Kind of a low throw by Ayala coming in, but a senior makes a good heads-up play on it, able to grab that one.
We've seen a couple awkward interchanges between Ayala and Anderson so far in this one.
I think it's somewhat to be expected with Anderson spent most of the season at DH and Ayala has made appearances primarily as a pinch hitter.
Not a lot of time together.
It's probably good experience for the freshman, though, to get in the field, get some reps that way.
Certainly. That one swung on in the air to left. Flynn going back. He's going to watch that one fall for the double. Couldn't tell if he had it trapped in the glove or if it fell.
That one fell a couple of feet behind him on the warning track. It was kind of I think maybe a hard one to see. The lights just kicked on here, and it can be sometimes a little easy to almost lose a ball in the lights.
I think that's exactly what happened for me. I think I lost it up there. So 1-out double for Randy Stoltz.
A nice response from Stoltz, too. He went hitless in that first game, but is now 3 for 3 in this one.
Great outing. That first game certainly wasn't indicative of his season as a whole, and he's proved it here. And now to be Colin Irwin. He's 0 for 2. Swinging on that one. That one gets through into center. That should score Stoltz from second. And just like that, the Jackets' lead is cut in half. It's 4 to 2.
And if you're Western Oregon, that's exactly the start for this inning that you were looking for. You're running out of time to really bring things back. But they were in the first game, too, and came up with a big ninth inning there, and it looks like this sixth inning could be a potentially big one for them as well.
All it took was 1 or 2 base runners, and things just seemed to snowball from there. And hopefully for the Yellow Jackets' sake, that's not the case here. First pitch to Alarcon, fouled off.
We'll see, Baker's doing a good job of finding strikes since he's entered, but has probably left a few too many pitches over the middle and hittable. But that was a good pitch there.
That was a very, very solid pitch. Of course, got to be a little not wary. You always want to attack the hitter. That's what's worked for the Jackets so far today. But Alarcon did get the scoring started with that solo shot back in the 5th. And that one hard to third. Bledgy knocks it down. Throw to first in time. Great work by Bledgy. Didn't come up with it maybe as cleanly as he would like, but he made it work for the second out.
Well, you know, a hard hit ball like that is always hard to field. But what's so impressive, and he's had a couple of them in this game where he's had to throw it across the diamond and had a guy who's really fast running towards first base. So to beat him with that throw has been really good for him.
I think that speaks to how hard he throws. I mean, they don't let you play third if you can't throw, and some of the ones he's made have been fantastic.
And he's a guy who's, in his 2 years here, has moved around a lot and has kind of played almost everywhere in the infield. You've seen him play second, short, and third in his time here. So to have that positional flexibility and be able to do all of those positions at a high level is a really important tool for the Yellow Jackets as they work guys into the lineup.
And first pitch to Danny Alvarado. I believe pinch hitting. Zach Valdez usually in that 9 spot.
I believe he pinch hit in about the same stage of the game for Valdez in the first game today as well.
If I remember correctly, he kind of started that late rally for the Wolves. He hit, I believe it was a double.
Yeah, he had a nice pinch hit, extra base hit. Kind of helped spark things late in the game. Probably be looking to do the same here.
Absolutely. Another one of those. We're looking at a one-run game. That one misses for ball 2. Alvarado in a 2-1 count. 2 out here in the top of the 6th. He has a runner on second. And that one fouled hard down the first baseline. Might be fortunate that one rolled foul.
Anderson might have had a play on it if it stayed fair, but that was a rocket off the bat.
And going for third, May is not going to pop.
I think May thought that might have been strike 3.
I would agree. He came up ready to toss that ball back to the mound.
Certainly the crowd thought it was too.
Absolutely. Couple boos and jeers here at Dealer. And that one bounced to second. Going to be a tight play at first. Anderson, great grab. Keeping the foot on the bag for out number 3.
We were just talking about Ayala's defense, and that was a good deal there. Moving across the body, having to throw back like that. Kind of an uncomfortable move, but made a great job there.
That cannot be an easy play to make, and he made it look quite easy.
Hit
Anderson
off the
with a
top
great
of the
catch.
bag, too, so it kind of changed trajectory on the bounce. And yeah, good play there by the freshman.
And just like that, the Jackets limit the damage. Just 1 run scored for the Wolves in the top of the 6th. Jackets have a chance to add some insurance before they try to put this thing away in the top of the 7th. And as Irwin makes a throw down to second, we are set to go. Bottom of the 6th. Jackets hoping it's their last turn at the plate today. Berkeley Barnes has a leadoff, trying to get the Jackets maybe a little more cushion before we head to the top of the 7th. He watches ball 1.
Yeah, if you're the Yellow Jackets, as much as you don't want to think about it, obviously 5 runs in the final inning last game to send it to extras, and you'd certainly want to tack on some more insurance.
Swinging on that one. Nice play at short to come up with a great throw. Got him.
And the middle infield here coming up with some big defensive plays. Another great move by Herzog, backhanding that one and chucking it across the diamond.
And next up, it'll be Cole Ayala. He's 1 for 2. First pitch, swinging that one, foul back behind first. That one might be out of the stadium. And that one in the air, shallow center. Oh, a little miscommunication there for the Wolves.
And that was a tough play either way. It was just kind of stuck in that spot in the middle. I don't know if anybody would have had a great play on that, but nice job by Ayala, who just had the really nice, decent defensive play last inning. Just picked up his second hit of the ballgame.
Putting together a good performance. And now it's Parker Bledgy. One out, runner on first base. Bledgy's 1 for 2. We hit on it earlier. The bottom and the top parts of this lineup have done most of the damage. Bledgy bounces that one to short. Not going to turn 2. Throw to first. Mighty close, but got him by just about a half a step for out number 2.
And we've already seen balls like those a couple of times where it's just that awkward range where you really have to make a play, even though it's not a great hit. Good job there by the Wolves to be able to turn that out. Close play at first.
And now up, James Anderson as we turn the lineup back to the top. DH'd first game, first baseman here in this one. He is 1 for 2. Swinging on the first pitch, missed for strike 1.
Has a pair of runs in this one, so Anderson's ability to get on base has been a real difference maker in this game.
And the 0-1 swung on, bounced to second, on to first in time to retire the side. So no insurance for the Jackets here in the bottom of the 6th. Trying to make this lead stand up. Off to the top of the 7th we go. Curran Mitzel has the leadoff. Jackets with the 2-run lead. Here we go, top of the 7th from Dealer Park. Curran Mitzel has the leadoff for the Western Oregon Wolves. Trying to tack on 2 runs to force a bottom of the 7th. Baker's first pitch inside for ball 1.
Brian Baker working on the save in this one, has never collected a save in his career. Kind of split time between this as a starter and the bullpen at Northern State before he joined the Yellow Jackets this year. But this will be his first save situation at MSUB.
And Mitzel quickly to a 2-0 count. Next one just missed outside, ball 3. And the 3-0 catches the outside edge. Good pitch there for strike 1.
See if he can string another one like that together, pull the count back to full. You'd hate to see the leadoff batter reach here.
And that one's going to miss. So Mitzel's aboard with the walk. And that'll bring up Justin Herzog.
A little bit of deja vu for Herzog. He was up with as the tying run in the first game. Obviously hit that home run to send it to extras. So certainly a similar situation for him here now.
So far in this one, he's 0 for 3. And first pitch, missed off the outside edge, ball 1. Next one, swing and a miss, strike 1. Good work on the outside there for Baker.
Nice job by Baker there to get him swinging. Obviously fell behind early in the count and couldn't battle back the first at-bat. But doing a good job of getting ahead early here.
And another one, strike on the outside edge. Now into a 1-2 count. Work the outside edge. Let's see if he comes back in here. Keeping it outside. That'll be ball 2.
You can afford to miss out there right now. It's fine. The last thing you want to do is leave one for him to smoke.
And that one's low, ball 3. Full counts. Payoff pitch. Got him looking on the outside edge for strike 3. Brian Baker collects a big strikeout there. Lost the first one on a walk. Comes back with a strikeout. Getting some confidence back.
A great job to get Herzog. Everybody was kind of thinking what we said, talking about how he had the big hit in the last one, but to take that batter and get him out could be the momentum swing the Jackets need to close this one.
Absolutely. Now working to Owen Bischoff. First pitch strike.
Bischoff 1 for 3 in this one. Obviously getting on would put a pair of runners with pretty good speed on base for Western Oregon.
That one outside. Good work by May behind the dish. And that one, weird bounce. And that's going to advance the runner to second. Couldn't tell. It looked like that man had hit the plate. And skipped off behind Nathan May. So now a 2-1 count to Bischoff, runner in scoring position. And that one deep. Center, caught by Jeffrey. Good throw is going to hold the runner at second.
Another great result there. Baker forcing the fly ball. Was kind of almost at Jeffrey, who didn't have to move very far. It's a good job to keep Bischoff off base. He and Mitzel are both tied for the lead for steals for Western Oregon. They both got really good speed, and you would hate for them to be for one of them to be the tying run.
And now with 2 gone, first pitch, strike to AJ Cortez.
Another guy who's had a big hit in this game, plated the winning run in Game 1. So the Jackets kind of exercising their Game 1 demons while they're trying to get the win in Game 2 here.
That one swing and a miss, so back-to-back strikes for Baker. Suddenly the Wolves down to their last. And the pitch, got him looking for strike 3, held up the swing, didn't matter. Brian Baker picks up the save as the Yellow Jackets win by a final score of 4-2 here in the second half.
Really strong finish from Baker. As a guy who had never really been in that save type situation before, got 2 strikeouts in the 7th inning, finished with a pretty solid line, just let up the 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, and only 1 earned run and a walk. Really good job for the senior here to help the Jackets close out the day with the W.
Big finish there. Burnett, another quality start. Make it 2 for the Jackets today. And Zach Blazak doing his thing again. He was 3 for 3 at the plate. Fantastic outing by the top of the lineup for the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, but the story of the day definitely has to be the pitching. Despite the 1-1 record, 4 really good appearances on the day from MSUB's pitchers. Both Betancourt and Burnett gave really good starts, and Wayment did great down the stretch in Game 1, while Brian Baker was able to get a first career save here in Game 2.
Fantastic work for the pitching staff. Maybe some confidence going into tomorrow. We'll celebrate our seniors before Game 1.